Hello, everybody. How is everybody doing? Hello, Boffy. Hi, Pixels. Hi, Chaotic Kitten. Hello, Rainer. Hi, Vexed. How's everyone doing? Sorry, I had to scroll up to make sure I got everybody. How is everybody doing? Hi. What the fuck? Oh. There we go. Hi. Hi. Let me bring everything back. There we go. I'm filling out the form for the cowbell prize. Cause I wanna. Why didn't it work? Did it work? Huh? Huh? Whoa! Hold on. Why didn't it work? My vocals didn't work. No, it's not going.
What the fuck?
What the fuck? There we go. But I'm filling this out really quick because I wanna. It's like a small VTuber awards. So I want to do that really quick. So I'm filling it out. Best PNG tuber. I'm putting Howlet. Doing good, but also the Illuminator on your super. You gotta let me know how that goes, dude. You know, let me know how that goes, cause like, it sounds fun. Who's the best live 2D? Who is the best VTuber that primarily uses a 2D model? Best 3D VTuber? Okay, let's put the Gord. No, I can't because Gordy has more followers than. Wait, there's like requirements. Under 100. I think Gordy might just be under this. Fuck. What else can we put? I think we can do Gordy. I mean, he's not. Okay, well, they might remove my thingy because I understand if they do, but I'm gonna put him here. And then 2D model? Ooh. This person's doing stuff today. Sorry, I just want to put them up in there. Okay. You think I'd remember more VTubers because it's literally my job. It'd probably be V-Stars, huh? Happens when there's raining. Hi, Kiwi! Happy Tuesday! Ooh, this is so hard. Wow. Maybe Eden. Guess you just got out of a meeting. You did! We'll do Eden. No, Eden is above 100, isn't it? Oh, fuck. Fuck. What can I do? There's too many good people in the world. Pick someone with a live 2D model. Live 2D model. Let's go through my likes. Oh shit! Maybe don't go through my likes. Okay. Fuck. Who's got a good live 2D? Who's a good live 2D VTuber, guys? This is hard. Can we do Ray Spark? I don't think Ray Spark averages that many. Hold on, let me look it up. Let me look it up. 3.5? I think that's... The rules are under 15K and under 100 average viewers. Which I feel like Ray does. Ray's Serena. Hold on, I'm gonna put Ray right here because I know of that VTuber. Because I don't want to be disingenuous and put someone I don't know. I like their design though. Mashy. Oh wait, but doesn't Mashy doesn't have her new model yet? Yeah. Were they? Who? 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 I'm putting Ray because I think Ray. Best just chatting VTuber. I want to put BZ. Best art streamer. I'm putting BZ. Hold on. BZ. Best gamer. This is hard. Best just chatting. Who's a good VTuber that just chats? Oh, I'm gonna put Vika for the gamer one. Best V singer? Let's put Rin. Let's put Rin for that one. Put Rin for that one. Best RP ASMRist. Best LewDtuber. Funniest VTuber. Cutest. Can I be like okay, I don't super like doing this because like I'm a goober, but I'd love to be like one of these. Funniest or cutest or coziest. Okay, anywho. Best RP. Who and just chatting. Who do I like that does just chatting a lot? I don't know a lot of people that do just chatting though. Best RP ASM artist. Spookiest VTuber. Can I put Heroic here? I'll put Heroic there. Because I really like Heroic stuff. Is No, coworking is not a category, or else I would have begged. I would have begged on my knees if coworking was one of them. But coworking is not. I would have been on my knees, chat, being like, oh, please. But, nope. Okay, we're gonna put Heroic. Craziest best non-humanoid. Best mascot. What's the best mascot? A fleshy? I want to do fleshy. Because I like fleshies. They might have closed there. Yeah, there you go. Fleshy. So I like their best design, best lore VTuber of the year. This is hard. For ASMR, I'm gonna do gentle GF ASMR. That's the only person that I really know that does the whole ASMR thing. That's just chatting. Who's a good yapper, bro? Wait, I know. Oh, wait, I know Tina Narvez Jr. does a lot of just chatting. Do I know them? Do I know them? The only other thing is they have to be active. They have to be active, VTuber. She's more active this year. I think she switched over to Blue Sky. Okay. Follow. Okay, we'll put him. We'll put him. Just chatting. I don't have anyone else. Best lewd tuber. Can I put just cryptid? Can I just put cryptid here? I'm putting cryptid here. Funniest? I'm putting Gordy here. Because Gordy makes me laugh. Cutest? What is the cutest model? Come Bob if we're making it, if we're talking Twitch. That's valid, but it doesn't come. Hold on, wait. Wait. I have to make sure, because the requirements is they have. Huh? 8.3? But I not follow her. What's happening? I thought I followed them. Yeah, we could do them for LewdTuber. I don't know if they average more than 100 viewers, though. Nope, not that one. Hi, Zoe! Hi! Craziest VTuber? I don't know that one either. Best design, best lore. VTuber of the year. This is so hard! This is why I don't do these. Because it's partially me being like, guys, what if you voted for me? And then the other part of me being like, big gay. I want Toriko to be part of it. Account 46 AM. Wait, is this her? Yeah, this is their I'm doing Turan. Heroic is cool. Heroic is super cool. Best lore, best design goes to Toran. Craziest and cutest. Fuck, they need 100 viewer. No, lower. Lower than, less than 100 is what they want. They want less than 100. Let's see you, but I wish you were right here. Oh, it's hard to leave you when I get you everywhere. Oh, it's hard to think. I'm putting Noble for the craziest. What is his name? I guess it's Noble 18th. Noble 18th. And then we need cutest. Which babies? Who baby? Which baby I want to put here? Everybody's cute. This is hard. There's too many cute people in the world. Can I leave that blank? I'm gonna leave that one blank. Best non-humanoid. 2 more days. Yippee! Yippee! Alright. Best non-humanoid VTuber and VTuber of the year. Art Womble's not human. He's not human. Well, not humanoid, right? It has to be human. Yeah, I don't know. This is hard. Oh shit, that scared the shit out of me. I don't know any non-humanoid VTubers off the top of my head. Like, Noble's a slime, so Noble will count. Who else, though? Can we put Jersey? Can we put Beezy? Alchemist? But they're humanoid. They have to be, like, I think? Bella Boo? Ooh, Bella Boo's a good one. Wait, we'll put Bella Boo as the cutest one, because she's cute. Okay, we'll do this one. Gordy is a pumpkin. I've already put Gordy for 2 of them. Beezy should get all of them, in my opinion. Alright, VTuber of the year. I don't care. I'm putting Gordy. My brain cells have died. I don't... Yeah. There you go. I voted. Good enough for me. Good enough for me. Did cook this shit? That's what I'm saying. That's why I put him there. Hopefully he can average less than 100 viewers though. Before that comes out. So that way he still qualifies. And then after he wins, he can have above 100. Okay. My hands are cold. Alright, good enough, chat. Good enough. Good job. Thanks for doing that with me, chat. I have to edit a few things today. Lava chicken. Oh, lava chicken is tasty as hell. Ooh, mamacita, now you're ringing the bell. Invaded his stream after the raid yesterday and sniped it away. Yeah, I saw that. That was really good. Hell yeah, good job. Good job. Oh wait, or is that something else that you sent me? I don't know. But I'm proud of you, regardless. You gotta figure this out on your own. On your own. On your own. Am I really alone on your own? Lava chicken. Steve's lava chicken. It is tasty as hell. Be highlight. Squeegee day. Life is. I'll just dance. Yes. It's funny because it popped up right after he said someone else wouldn't know what it was. That's crazy. Good timing, though. Cold. Okay. What was a menace in the chat? I believe it. I believe it. I think like Noble's his new editor, I think, for like shorts and stuff, so that makes sense. Also, Noble is a little wild sometimes, a little out of pocket. I mean, they boil hot dogs in a kettle. There's something wrong. What's going on? Oop, I clicked it too soon. You dropped 3.5k chance spamming the fuck you option in a poll. That's crazy! What a menace. What a menace, bro. Oh, I don't have my pure ref up. Eclipse, we align. No eclipse, you and I. Actually, we don't have Dragonlance this week, so I don't need to edit the skit today. Because I don't want to. We'll do that another day. Oops. There we go. Ah! Ah! Oh, I don't remember their Twitter ad. Boop. Did I spell that name? No. Oh. Oh, I did. Yeah, no, I shortened the name, so that's why. Oops. Video editing, highlight. This one. This one. Those are both prepared. Shorts. Upload. My leg is switching and it feels terrible. I don't like it. Even the wellness check. I'm gonna eat some of my. I made like with my Ninja Creamy. I made like frozen strawberry milk. Tastes good. I use real strawberries and I use a little bit of Nesquik. Picks up, I gotta go, but I'll be off soon. Sounds good. We'll be waiting for you, Kiwi. Have a good rest of your day. I'm so cold. Alright. Songy gets posted. Today is Songy Day. Songy. You put like a ton of granola to have with your ice cream creations? I could. Yeah, that wouldn't be bad. This one is less of an ice cream and more just like a slushy, I feel like. Cause it's not that sweet. Brain forgetting stuff. This one. Is on 23. 24, 23. I'm so cold. Tell me everything. Tags. And then we gotta do all the tags. It doesn't want to. Okay. I don't know why it doesn't want it, but that's okay. Show more. No. Ow! My boobie hurts. I think I'm just having a muscle spasm. I don't like it. Public. 3 p.m. Where is it? 3. Nothing strangers for me. Take off everything except your shoes. The pain is underneath. Publish highlights. Did I do this? I don't think I did the thumbnail for yesterday. I also did do a go live post. Fuck! It's fine. I don't want to. It's fine. Yeah, that's pretty accurate. JPEG. Hi, Rhino. Happy Tuesday. Monday, yep. And then I forgot to play envtuber, so I'll be playing envtuber today. And after I get sorted with myself. I don't think we'll be doing art today. We'll not be doing this. We will be doing this though. Some crash cleaning simulator. And some envtuber today. 20th. Then I'm just gonna go. Oh, let me do that first. Let me do these first. I wanted, all I ever needed is here in my arms. Very unnecessary. And then I gotta switch this. Actually, I might edit videos of them play at a barbecue. I think that's my plan. Oh, 12th. Do 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 do. All I wanted, all I ever needed is here in my arms. Very unnecessary. 23, 24. Where's 24? Nope, going the wrong way. Oops. 24. Oh, wait, cool. So very unnecessary. Do you mind if I DM you in Discord? Go for it, Vexed. Go for it. My DMs are always open. I think my brain is dying. I forgot what I'm doing, guys. I forgot what I'm doing. 1, 2, 3. All of my things are now ready and uploaded. Oh, except for the VOD. I forgot the VOD though. Today would be the 13th that we're uploading. Oh, Discord hates me? Why does it hate you? You have the only reason why it might be mad at you is if you have your like settings to where only people that are your friends can DM you, I think. I think that's how it goes. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's how it is. Because like I have it so that anyone in the same server as me can DM me. Because I don't mind. It's very easy to... Thank you! Thank you! Hope you're having a great Tuesday. Minecraft. All my stuff to be filled with Minecraft stuff. I want to become a Minecraft content creator someday. Someday when I grow up, I'm going to just play Minecraft. Probably. Twitch promos, thumbnails, art. It is the 13th. I'm doing good. How are you? I'm good. I'm good. I'm just squaring away all my content for today that I need to post, so that way it's good to go. And then we're gonna get into video editing. For today. Okay, cool. Oh, I didn't edit the title. Whoops. Save. There we go. Alright. Alrighty. I want to do this today and this. There we go. I'm so studious today. Okay. We need the Steam Debian. I just need the logo. All right. What is next? Editing, I think. I think we just go straight into editing. I feel like there's like other things that I'm forgetting to do, but we pogging. With start with V highlight. Sorry. We didn't do New York Times yesterday, guys. Oh my god. Sad. Dramatic. Troubleshoot after work, no problem. Otherwise, you could just add me and I'll fix it. I just sit like that. Yeah. At night when we fall to the window, then your best friend's car. The windows down in December. I'm so sleepy. I'm so eepy, guys. Are you guys eepy? I'm hoping that me eating like this ice cream thing will help me wake up, but we'll see. We'll see. Eepy gang, yep. I think it's Mandy with an I, isn't it? It is Mandy with an I. I love John Bellion. He's such a good singer. Is a entertain. Boop, 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 boop. But to be the one with a new addiction. Call me hot, not pretty. Furby. You can clap and touch your toes. Put your hand in the county roll. I don't know if I've ever been this sleepy on stream before. That is such a lie. What the fuck? I'm always tired on stream. I'm always EP on stream because I could eat every day of the week. I could be eating right now. I could eat for 24 hours if I wanted to. Just straight up eeping. In a damn hot minute. I'm gonna be honest. I think for our next subathon, one of the goals will be a sleep stream. Where I literally take a nap on stream. And it'll be like super low. It'll be like, oh, if we get to $5, I'll sleep on stream. Because I want to sleep on stream. I just want to know what it feels like. I want to know what it feels like to be sleeping on a dweeb. Okay, I think we just gotta scoot this. Let me take this and scoot it as well. What is hot to HOTTO? You can take. And to entertain is an exclamation point. Cool. Cool. And then the B-roll. B-roll time. I think this one could be like a good intro. What is the cropping though? I heard a noise from my kitchen and I don't know if I trust that it's not my cat. I'm gonna trust that it's not my cat. Alright. 78. 824. There we go. All right. Awesome. All right. Let's do this one. Tell me to play your favorite, and you know it's okay. Let's do this part. Oops. Oh. You want my love, Boogie on down, 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 boogie on down, down, boogie on down. Let's see. Okay, cool. Then we retain the cropping position. Scoot them on over. And shrink it down. Actually, let's see. Oop. Actually, I could move this one over here. Do this one here. This one here. I want this worm one. I'm a bitch. Already rich. Just looking for that. Okay. And then entertainment, maybe. Bitch, I'm on fire. Joyride. Glad you're vibing with the music, Vexed. I feel like I want to scoot this, but then I want to exchange this one to be here, this one to go here, and then this one to be here. Close. You on, kids? Well, I am mother. Me shit. I want the right to be like this. Joyride. Joyride. Just looking for a good time tonight. Okay, wait. Let's try it. Ooh, okay, I cut this too far. Then let's shorten this one. Shorten this one. And then do this. To entertain. Okay, so I want this to be like here. And their aesthetic to be here. So this one could be like way shorter and fit like... Actually, no, it could be longer, but just cut this one shorter. Yeah, I think. And then let's do... This was the. I think what I would do is I would do this. I would add a track and then I'd add this here so that way we could show them off. Oh wait, no, that's for something else. Oh shoot. Shoot. I'd add this one in, I think. Sugar, let me know. They recently had a Y2K debut where they this one. And then we do this one. A little Rod Stewart, I hear. Nice. Yes, sir. How you doing, Stormy? How's your Tuesday? You have a good Tuesday? We're just hanging out, doing a little co-working, video editing for the week. How you doing, though? It's great. How about you, milady? I'm doing wonderfully. I'm cold and I'm eepy, but we're getting into the work and, you know, we're doing good. We're doing the good. It's a little colder in the air today, which makes me tired, but, you know, it's okay. It's alright. And then showing off. Oh, it's like barely not long enough. Okay, then we'll split it in half. And then we'll do. I think I downloaded another pixel art thing, which I think is this one. Let me shrink this down. And then we'll just see how it reads. I think I want to edit this one. I just feel like I cropped out their friend a little bit too much. There we go. I want to add the Furby. They made Furby art, and I like it. Look, it's cool. It's cool. Bonk. Oops. Whoops. Okay. Is there one that we haven't used yet? No, we've used all of them. Poop! Poop, poop! Poop, 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 poop. Alright, we gotta go look them up again. Fuck. For Rick. For Rick, chat. For Rick. Mold dummy. Bum, bum, bum. Thank you for the leg vexed. Look at bug. Yeah, big nose bug. Let's look at clips. Top all. I kind of wanted like another immersive one. This one. Video editing will be highlights. Save. This one here. Link clips. We take the beginning. And then we do this. I think I kind of want to keep this at 100. Change speed 100. I want to edit. I want to end it here. And I think I'm just gonna drag this out a bit. Yeah, there you go. Nice. I'm vibing with it. Like all the time. Your life was solid. How do you get you, girl? I like it. I hope we can get music that goes well with this, to be honest. Because I'm thinking like maybe like a poppy synth wave would kind of be fun. But we'll see what we can find, I think. Check them out on their socials. Go back to space. Take me with you. All these humans telling me what to do. Wait. To get you, girl. I don't want to make them too small. Ooh, I cut. Hold on. Okay, so all this should go out to here. Boop. Okay, and then I would just scoot these up a bit, I think. But I want to make sure. Actually, I'd have to move these up, I think. Track up. Yeah, because I want them to be in front of me because I also have to make sure that they're not in the red zone. Well, looks like blue sky one will be in the red zone regardless. Still oof. Oh, hi. Don't do that. Yahoo. Okay, now let's try this. Why are you so different? I wish I did blue sky and Twitch. Like I wish I did the little a little head bob either way, but that's okay. Have a good meeting. Have a good meeting. Let's get some music. And then we can restart the Vinky. Couple Wi-Fi sounds. Ooh. Ooh, what's this one? This was perfect. I ask and I shall receive today, chat. I wish to blow up. I wish to blow up metaphorically on the internet. I wish to become viral for good reasons. No, I just gotta take advantage of that if that is the case, you know? Can I have it? Just... No, okay. I did it like this. That might be better. Okay, cool. Save, close. Boop. This one. Oh shit! It's already 3 o'clock. Whoop! Whoop! Post. Okay, everything should be good now. We started deleting highlights and uploads for accounts who are still over 100 hour limit on May 19th. Accounts May. Okay, cool. Let's see, we delete this one. Delete this one. Hi, Oso. How are you doing? Delete it. Delete this one. Wow, I've been hiding on deleting stuff. There you go. How you doing? I'm good. How are you? Are you having a good Tuesday? Do anything fun today? Sorry, hold on. Let me do this away from me. Made myself like strawberry milk and I made myself a strawberry milk slushie and now it's like just strawberry milk. Alright. Not much, just work and stuff. Understandable. Understandable. I forgot to play in a BBQ yesterday, so we're playing it today and I'm sorry that I forgot. But we'll be playing it today after I get my videos done. Text color generate. I guess while I'm here, I can try to get some. I'm looking for affection on the right places. Nope. Trying to find like a good one for KB. Music. What? This one. I want something more like pop. More pop based. But yeah, from one side, I'm impressed on my leg power for managing to break an iron pedal. How did you do that? My wallet isn't oppressed? No, that is so valid. Are you okay, though? Like, are you okay? Like, that is very impressive. Yeah, I'm fine. Okay, that's good. That's crazy. That is crazy, but I'm glad you're okay. Nope, that was not. I was about to start biking and it just went crack. That's crazy. Who knows? Maybe you'll be the next Hulk. The tests came in. Are you okay? What? This one's not bad. I'll use this one for KB. This one will be for KB. Save. Close. You are 100% awesome. Yippee! Is it terminal, Doc? It is terminal. That timing is crazy. Oh shit. Hell yeah. I was gonna go to the doctor tomorrow, but I guess now that we know this, I don't gotta go. Easy. Easy peasy lemon squeezy, am I right? I always have broken the pedals on my bike, so I asked for an aluminum one since they are harder to break. But you still fucking broke it though, which is insane. Maybe you need to ask your doctor if you're secretly the Hulk. You just roid it out. Just bah. Random question: have you ever done interviews before, like either hosted or been invited to one? I have been invited. I did do one with Fat Jesus TV FJ. But that was like a duo one, so I was like on there with someone else, but I didn't really know them. But I have been interviewed for Bandwidth and Banter for the lovely Stormy D and Druid IRL, which let me give them a shout out. Stormy, the one, why didn't that work? Did I do the other one? There you go. The wonderful Stormy. I got to do an interview with them, which was like my first official interview where I got to talk about myself a little bit, and they interviewed me, and it was really cool. Their parent was like, "How the fuck did you do the first time I see that law?" I say, "I've always had some good leg power." Hell yeah, hell yeah! Now no one could go to you and be like, "Oh, you skip leg day, chicken man." They can't say that to you anymore. You open a McDonald's bag and you get the wrong order. Yeah, it was so fun. When you open the bag, get the wrong order. It's crazy. Unmute it. Okay. Hold on. What? Do I have to put it at max or else like this is something else. Okay. Yeah. Need to I did. We were super honored to have you. I was super honored to be there. I hope you guys, I hope we can hang out more sometime. Please tell me you get it. Yeah, dude. Yeah. This is something else because you didn't get what you wanted. I've been laughing hard over for like an hour. I hate my humor. It's a funny meme. It's a funny meme. It's just that we're on like 10 topics right now. We're just on like 10 different topics right now. But topic A, a great meme. Topic B, loved being on Bandwidth and Banter. And topic C, I love leg day. Not really. I don't go to the gym. I'm a weak little lass. I don't go to the gym. Fuck the gym. Gym can suck my dick. Yuck my yuck. 104 for V highlight? Yeah, okay. Let's all go down to the mall. So we hang out with this brilliantly bright VTuber Mandy, which stands for is a moment can come to life to show off their talents and to entertain. Their aesthetic revolve around neons and 80s themes, which is a whole vibe to die for. We gotta make you as strong as a cow. Honestly, getting sucked after the gym would... Would you not be tired, though? I feel like you would be so tired. Do you eat before or after? So about the climate and the weather. The weather's nice. It's cold. It's less cold now. I'm kind of warmed up. I get so tired. The body's tired, but the soul is wailing. That's valid. Normally eat before. That's valid. Look at that Furby. They recently had a Y2K themed debut. So I got extra reserve. That's valid. I mean, it's nutritional. The horny is real. Yeah, because you're pumping that adrenaline. It's that adrenaline. I remember when I was really young, I accidentally stumbled upon this. It was like one of those how-to YouTube videos, and it was like, if you want to have sex, do it after athletic because more adrenaline pumping. And I quickly clicked off the video because I was really young and I was not supposed to be on that side of the internet. But it's forever ingrained in my mind. Showing off their new pixel art live 2D model. So be sure to check out Mandy on their socials, like Blue Sky and Twitch. Socials. You cannot hear money. But yeah, adrenaline and testosterone are high. That makes sense. Them big boy hormones come out. Only that, it makes me feel like the hottest man. Yeah! That's valid. That's valid. That makes sense, on God. I feel like that goes on so fast. I feel like that goes so fast. Let's all go. Let's fix this. Let's all go down. I don't like the way this sits. Because I feel like it goes too fast and it's just alarming. To the mall. Mall to the... So we can... stretch. So we can... why is it so, like, fast? I hate how fast it is. I mean, granted, it's my fault because I talk too quickly, but... with this. But I feel like it shouldn't be so bad. You just stop. Stop. Also, I realized Spotify's been muted this entire time. There you go. Okay. I think that's better. I just think I have to be more careful about reading the beginning soon. Please, you're fine. Don't do that. Okay, thank you. Have you tried something? Not really. I'm a fast talker. It's me. It was me. I was capping out my GPU. I have to be careful when video editing and streaming because my computer will shit the bed. Yep, that happens. That happens quite often here. I try to avoid it as much as I can. Save. And this one does not go there. This one goes over here. Not that one. Edit labels, render. I mean, slowly, like you actually see, but in the video. Oh no, I haven't thought about that. Maybe I should try that. Maybe if one of these with like the art tip video, maybe if I talk too fast, I'll try to slow it down. See how that goes. It's just cause like it sounds fine, but then when it does the snap captions, it's like so fast. I don't really like that. This is going to go into other now. Doing art tips now. Like doing it just enough so you don't change the pitch too much, but enough so it's readable. Yeah, we can definitely try that. I didn't think about that. That's a really good idea though. So honestly, just reopen that video. Hold on, I want to try it. Okay, so I'd have to, in order for me to do that, I'd have to redo, so turn these off. And everybody's gotta help each other. This is through. Link clips. No, I need to link the clips. But let's add track mono, move track up, move track down. Oop. Move track down. Okay, there we go. And then now this one can go here. And then I just want to see what happens if I slow it. Just like a little bit, like 75. Let's see. I wish I could slow video in DaVinci custom amount. Step 1, input your video footage. Increase the speed of videos. Change clip speed. Okay, let's try that. Compound clip, render, create, clip. What? I only use CapCut? No, that's valid. CapCut makes things a lot easier. Retime controls, Control R. I don't like that one. Data. Alright, what are we doing? Oh, there is a speed change. Oh, there is a speed change. Do like 80? That's like too slow though, so let's do 90. That might not be bad. Okay, so beep, 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 beep. Where is the end of that? Is that the end? Yeah, I think that's good. Let's see. And then if we create the timeline, I feel like video editing is 60% improving. Oh yeah, definitely. I feel like a lot of the times it's definitely like sitting there and like finding out whatever's the best for you, and also trying to optimize it for viewers at the same time, because pacing, oh, if you don't have good pacing, you're fucked. Nobody's gonna watch the video if you don't have good pacing. And everything has to be constantly aesthetically pleasing, but it also has to move fast, which is annoying. Like, I love editing, and I'm so happy that I get to do it now for my everyday, but it's at the same time hard. Okay, this is not bad. But thank you for this idea, honestly. Hopefully the snap captions will do us good. Let's do snap captions. Let's do text base. And then we'll see how this goes. Gotta keep the chaos and funsies for the viewers. Yeah. But also, you have to be creative enough in it so that way you're not just killing yourself trying to do it. I think the pacing of this will be better. Ooh. I'll go over. Yeah, that's a lot better. Because, like... I'll go down. Yeah, I think I should personally talk slower, but I think at the same time, like, this actually was really good. Okay. Let's all go down to the mall to hang out. With this brilliant VTuber. Come over again. I think this is Mandy, yeah, okay. And then I would scoot this. And I would scoot this entire timeline over a bit. Come over again. There we go. And then I'd scoot these guys down. Turn that off. Make a name out of your mouth. Don't deserve to mourn. Love the attention. Do you get bored? And then I'll do that like this. Also, yeah, I've only done a few personal edits and got over 9K views, but the rest never passed 500, so it's like that. Oh my god. Sorry, my neck. Yeah. Well, also, I think a good thing too with video editing is having, so when I learned how to do social media, right? It was like you have to have pillars. So I want to connect to the VTuber community, so I make VTuber videos. I want to connect to the gaming community, so I make gaming videos. But then like I want to connect to the art community, so I have art tip videos, you know? And it's like it's important that you have those pillars. And regardless of how well they do, sometimes you just gotta keep pushing it so the algorithm knows that you exist. I feel like that was not the right song. So 1 second. I got you vexed. Add to queue. Please set me on fire. What the fuck? I think our bot's trying to tell us something. Alright, let's see how this looks. This should look good now. Delete empty tracks. Okay, cool. I'm just gotta scoot this. And I'm gonna do a playback at half. I think I'm not mad at that. That is definitely the wrong size. I got you. I got you. That is fair. I have not connected to a specific community with the channel. Granted, most of my editing goes to other VTubers. I think you can still have... The thing is, the VTuber community is a VTuber community. Especially, like, for, like, large VTubers. They don't really have their own audiences. Like, loyal viewers. They have an amalgamation a lot of the times. I like the song. This is a good song. But as long as you keep posting and just have fun with it, I think that's the more important part. Ugh, my bones. I feel old. I'm not that old, but I feel old. Okay. Hell yeah. Now we learned a new thing today. Cool. Alright, I want to do art tabs. Okay. Timeline, create subtitles from audio. I wonder if I could do a little effect on the screen. On my mini screen. I'm just looking at it. That is true. Granted, I haven't actually posted those edits on my channel. I normally just let them post it on theirs. I could do that. Yeah, you can. You totally could do that and just tag them. Because the thing about, like, people that do edits like that, you're giving them free publicity, you know? So I think if you wanted to, you definitely could just, like, start, doing, like, posting it on your own channels if you want. Because it's cool. It's a cool thing to do. And it gives you views, too. I want to put a filter on here. Is it this? No, it's not this. What am I looking for? It's a spout filter. That's what I'm looking for. I'll put it on the bottom. Wait, what am I doing? Oh no, that's not. Wait, what am I doing? User defined shader. That's what I want. A load shader from file. Funny thing is, it's more silly and more low effort edits that get me more. That's how it is. That is how it is, though, bro. That's the craziest shit about it, though, because don't get me wrong, I put my heart and soul into every one of these videos, right? But the ones that get me the highest views is the stupidest thing. Me talking about religion and how I think it's silly that white men took people's ability to jerk their peanuts away from them is one of my highest viewed videos. Where is it? It's this one. 94k views. And it's just me talking about how I didn't understand how religion makes it so you're not supposed to be horny when the gods are horny, you know? It's just it's how it be sometimes. I got 400. I was like, what? Yeah, it just happens. The stupidest shit will go viral or like get good views. And then it's just like, okay, well, that's just how that is, I guess. There's like foam on the top of my milk and I don't understand why. I got that dick in me, Elaine. Yep, that's me. That's me. Let's see. You wouldn't steal a car. Oh, fuck. I gotta split this harder. What am I doing? What am I doing? I was doing something. I might have forgotten what I was... I think I forgot what I was doing. I was doing something that wasn't... Oh, the filter! The filter, right. Baby, yeah. What does this one do? Whoa. That's cool. I like that chroma effect. Can we just get the chroma effect? Oh, baby. I don't like that one. fire? Whoa, my screen's on fire! Oh god. I got one. Luminance? Wait, what if I turn it off? That's nothing if I turn it off. What? Ah, so it has to go here? Okay, I finally finished the trailer for my friend. Only need her to give me singing clips to add for her ending and now. And I'm done! Hell yeah! Hell yeah! I don't know if these are doing anything. What? Is something happening? Fireworks? What the fuck? That's funny. What's this one? I wanted that chroma. I like that chroma UV. That was a cool thing. What the fuck? Gonna lurk as I liberate Super Earth and Helldivers. Hell yeah, go for it, bud. Go for it, bud. Have fun. Have fun. Perlin noise. Oh god. Okay, never mind. This was a bad idea. You like a glitch effect? They have a glitch effect? Halftone glow shader? Glitch analog? Oh, goodness. I wanted to make it look cool, but I feel like none of these really work all that good. For what I want. For what I want! Oh, Jesus. Mount speed. Is that cool? Is this cool, chat? Is this cool? Oh, let me put it here so I can see what I'm doing. I feel like it's kind of cool, but it does make it look like the screen is glitching more than anything else, and I kind of don't want that. ASCII animated texture? Oh, Jesus. Oh, Jesus. No, never mind, not that one. Blink? Man upstairs, a flashlight to my sink. Okay, a lullaby. Whoa, that's cool. My heart and take it. Come around tonight. Who's the enemy? I think I hits like you. My patience. Are so fried. Feelings in RGB split? Oh. Kind of like this. So it's like not perfect. Yeah, I think that's kind of cool. We'll go with that. I'm fighting. I don't feel like ignored till I'm dreaming. It's more like us. Not this one, not this one. Actually, yes, this one. So too much. Let's do an alley. Fighting. I don't feel like ignore my dreaming. The more like us. Feeling so too much. Feeling. Let's link these. home is clips. Let's see. Oops, stop. I feel I ignore. Okay, these guys and link clips. No, fuck. Let's see. I kind of want to be like, whoa. Okay, I gotta do it this way and this way. Okay. And this way, and then zoom. Well, this one would be like a slow zoom, I think, but I gotta modify this. No, too much. Alley. Providing. I don't feel I ignore. Dreaming. Is it more like us? Feeling. I do want to make this to be my font, and this to have the outline color. Outside only. And then that's all good. And then this one I start in the beginning. This is where I would. Goodness. This way. Hi, Joker. How you doing, hon? Oh no, that's not what I wanted to do. Abracadabra. Oh my god. I fucked up all my glippies. Oh fuck. I'm melting. How are you today, Queen? Oh, stop it, you. I'm doing well. I'm doing goob. Just doing a little video editing for today. I think all these are just too short. Link clips. Save. How are you doing, Joker? I'm sorry, I forgot if I asked you how are you doing. How are you doing, my love? I hope you had a good day thus far. I want to see if I can add track. Why is it? Oh my goodness. Paste clip into timeline. Mouse over DaVinci. How to paste add cursor on any tracker. Me good. I just arrived from the hospital. My sister works there, so I'm just cooling down before going back to the art cave. Understandable. Understandable. Okay, cool. I'll figure it out. Like a multiply? Do they not have multiply? Let's do Gaussian blur. And then let's turn the opacity down some more. There we go. That looks, yeah. I'm still standing better than I ever did. And then I kind of want this video playing in the background. Oh, Jesus. Why is that so, like... Good lord, that feels so frame ratey. We have that instead of this guy? The fuck? Why is that so... It's just so, like, glitchy, it feels like. The heck? Always. It's because it is. That's so weird. Oh. I didn't know it was like that. Let's do this one. Face. Okay. Alright, then we can keep that. BOIBBNO $. That's right. That's me. That's right. HIM. that ends the M&M. I think that line is very silly because BB No Money is not Eminem. They are very different genres to me. Track. Sure wouldn't steal someone's art, would you? I need a different Bungie logo. That one's too dark. Bungie logo. This one. Maybe this one. Dun 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 dun. Okay, let's do this one. Wouldn't steal someone's art, would you? And do it like this. Let me brighten this just a little bit. I kind of want to do like a video transition right here, I think. Let's do like a cross this all. Let's do... I think I'd start in like the center. So let's start, what's the focal point numbers? Focal point 1.16. And then 0 and then negative 25. And then I want, at this point, I want to be zoomed out and put into the bottom left. And then I want to add in the footage of these two. Start. Oh. Ew. Okay. So it's like. Concurrence. I want like it to be like. Oh, you know what? We do like this. Oops. Patient for me. Let's do rotation angle. And then move it up. However, still baffles me. So, I would like this to. Okay, and then oops. Okay, there you go. I would. Is this also doing that? It is. Okay, so let's bring it down a bit, zoom it in a bit more. Let's do it like this a bit. And then composition, rotation, angle, position, zoom, apply. This become here. And then I do not a joke and I pop up me. I belong. Oops. No, line up. There we go. Okay, what was I gonna put here? I know I wanted this part here. Thank you for the head pat, Shadow. How you doing today, bud? Wait, what? I feel like I've said the same thing twice in here. Yeah, I feel like I could just squish this together. I'm doing alright. How are you? I'm good. I'm good. I'm just vibing as I edit this video. As I edit a topic I became passionate about. Goodbye. Alright, so it goes. When I do it like this instead. see. And oh, this guy. Ooh, I have to fix that, but I will work on this for now. Maybe I should bring this in and remove this. So I feel like the not a joke section is unnecessary. And I said the trait video essence. What if I just cut it here? So then if I just scooted this guy, would it sound okay? I'll do like a slight thing. No, that's fine. Okay. This is not connected. Oh. This? Okay, they're pretty much the same. Gotta split the and. Games. And I evened. Okay, there's a difference between kit bashing, which we'll add in this imagery. Kit bashing, referencing materials, which will be like a concrete. Total disregard for an artist. And then here. Let's do lower center, bottom center, 0.73. Negative 496. Do that. Before. Apply. And then the or, like I think this was. or you don't. Okay, and then this has to go here too. Hold. Oh shit! I said regard. It's supposed to be disregard. It'll be fine.
What the fuck?
The fuck? Hi, Kiwi. There's. I don't like how quickly I this assets thing. So if it can beep. And one. And cool. I returned from the frustration of doing what I'm paid to do. Welcome back. We missed you. How was the frustration of the things that you were paid to do? No brainer. No brainer. I want this to be in all caps. Customize caps. One case, all caps. Composition mode? Apply? Does that change it? Does it? Okay. Can I select multiple? There you go. Why isn't it doing the thingy? The bend. We're understaffed right now because we're going to get 3 new hires in a couple weeks. That's crazy. I'm sorry that you have to go through that. Title caps. That's because I'm stupid. Oh, it's gonna bug me if I keep it though. Okay, hold on. I have to change my hair back. And then record. And then I have this. And then I go here. And then I do this. I go here. And I go to profile. I go to recording studio. And I go to recording studio. And I go. Oh, BLT, you gotta pop out of here, buddy. And a total disregard for an artist's hard work towards their passions. Hopefully that looks okay. Like you do. once you know that my love's gonna feel like nothing ever feel right. I can feel right. Will be my screen and blue jeans. Oops. Oh, fuck. Fuck. Okay, one more time. Bleep bleep blue. Bleep bleep blue. Bleep bleep blue. Bleep bleep blue. Bleep bleep blue bleep blue bleep blue 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 bleep bleep bleep. And a total disregard for an artist's both and a total disregard for an artist's hard work towards their passions. Scream, taking off your blue jeans. Put this over here. Clips and ooh, I said that too fast. Sounds like you're the SpongeBob newsfish for what you care about. Yeah! That'd be cool. That'd be a cool thing. I just don't get heated on a lot of stuff, but when I do, it really irks me. And a total disregard for an artist's hard work towards their passions. Hopefully I read that one slow enough. Yeah, I might have to turn myself down a little bit though. Eek. Think about the lyrics, Zach. Zero. Okay. God, Jesus. 2, 3. Okay. Oh wait, did you see the stuff going around the TikTok monetization update? I did not. What is it about? I don't monetize my TikTok stuff, so what's it about? Tell me. Tell me, Kiwi. Can I monetize my stuff now? Okay, let's do positions. Okay, I think I like that. Oh my god, I can't believe I did that correctly. And then passions. This would be and. Towards. God, I don't know why, but I had a sudden urge to play Kleka. Oops. Okay, cool. Apparently, they revealed how they score engagement for the algorithm. Also, they're getting stricter with monetization. Well, good thing I don't even get monetized on that platform, huh? TikTok doesn't even, I'm not even big enough. I mean, granted. I'm very thankful for the 4K followers that I have. But 4K is not big enough, unfortunately, for me to monetize. Okay. Regular. Okay. But luckily, I don't make money off of it, so maybe if I will, I mean, at least I'd be going into it learning the new rules instead of being used to the old rules, I guess. Imagine standing in a room with 4K people who you went, no, I can't. I wish. Sometimes I wish. Sometimes I wish I was that funny. It'd be cool. Cause there's so many people that work from home nowadays, and I just kind of want to be your coworker. I feel like that's not an outlandish idea, but I don't know. I'm just doing my best. And I you know, bettering myself every day, or at least trying. Also, the point thing affects regular videos too, and it reveals how you get shadow banned. Oh, that's good. I don't think I'm shadow. I hope I'm not shadow banned. Am I shadow banned? Check if you're shadow banned on TikTok. Nah, I don't think so. I don't think I'm shadow banned. Because all my views have been pretty level. Like, this one got fucked up. Oh, sorry, hold on. This one got fucked because I posted it at a bad time. Because these two got posted on the same day. But I would say this one got the average amount of views it normally gets, so. Ooh, okay. Hold on. I want to watch this. Hold on, I want to watch this. Let's watch it together. I want to watch this. And I know I was pretty damn sure that they were working off of a point system because of what my old manager told me. Okay. That makes sense. Okay, that makes sense. Completion rate has always been king. Completion, I'm gonna be honest. I originally edited with completion rate in mind, but I'm kind of at a point where if you can't watch 90% of my video, what the fuck are you doing? But at the same time, I get it because I can barely watch 5-minute videos. Okay, but the thing is, that's a lot to ask. That is a lot to ask. Like, she is asking, like, hey, for my success, do all the other things, which is like rewatch the video, share, comment, whatever. But it's like, that is a lot to ask of a viewer. Because right now, as TikTok stood before, you are begging for the first 5 seconds. You are hoping to God that the first 3 seconds, that the person that comes up with your video will stay to that video for at least 5 seconds. Okay? And it's such a big fucking ask to have them not only be there for longer than 3 seconds, but comment more than 5 words, rewatch the video, and also like share and repost it, right? That's like so much. And that sucks a little bit. Like, that's how they're like kind of doing it. Hold on, I want to see. Is she like 300 view jail? To escape the 300 view jail, you need to hit 50 points quickly to get your video pushed more. So what, like 50 likes? I think it's because a lot of people already game the system for fundraising and charity. That's it's not hard. Like, so okay, so for example, if we were to point my thing, right now we're at wait, how many things was it? 138 views. Okay, so we'll do the points, right? So, but like the retention rate, do you see this? 1 second. Okay, you can't see because my mouse is fat. Hold on. Okay, we'll zoom in. So the retention rate, this is always gonna be key. This right here, having this not be like this is always gonna be key, and that is difficult as fuck to do. And it's just, I don't super like their scoring system. I think the way that they are valuing it is very valid, but it is so hard. Like, the last few points are so hard to get. Like, oh god. Let's do this. Like, even on my bigger videos, where is it? Like this one where I talk about my peanut. Wait, hold on. Analytics. People, and it's not this one. It's this one. And you can see, like, the graph, it goes down so fast. See? From 87 to fucking 65, and it dives. It nosedives, right? And it's all probably because I had a second. There was a second. Right here, there was probably a second where I didn't say something or I didn't do something interesting. And I don't want to be those content creators that every second I have to be doing something. And like here, I was very lucky that it was so steady. Like, it didn't drop to like 50. It didn't get into the 50s until 7 seconds. That is crazy. And like, the fact, it's just so hard. The retention rate thing is just so hard, because you can already see, like, after like an hour, it's already nosediving. And it's just how it is for a lot of content. Like, even if we look at my most recent content, it's just like, I feel 50-50 about it. I don't like that there is a jail, like a TikTok jail. I don't like that. I think that's really silly. Where do I see this? Where can I see it? TikTok point system chart. I feel like it makes you want to push towards that fucking, I just really don't like the fact that it really is gonna push you to be like, oh, you're gonna have to look at your numbers more, right? And I don't super like that. And granted, I'm very lucky. As someone who gets at like 1,000 views per video sometimes. Maybe a little bit less. I'd say 900 average 900, right? But it's like, it's just, that's scary to me, I guess, now that I think about it. Because it's like, I don't want to be more clickbaity. Because it's definitely gonna be like, oh, you're gonna have to be clickbaity. And I don't want to do that. And that just kind of sucks in my opinion. But I guess it is what it is. So, okay. I don't want to do more math. I'm a content creator. I'm supposed to be a dumb bitch. I just want to be a dumb bitch on the internet. I don't want to do math. I'm just a goober. So, okay. So likes are 1 point. But a full view, how am I supposed to tell? Like, so, okay. Another question that I have here is, do you think an interactive script would help your retention, or that would work with your audience? I would love to hear more of what you mean by interactive script. It's the only thing is like, so the biggest formula that TikTok loves is problem and then solution. Problem, really stupid solution, and then maybe the real solution is how a lot of TikToks are formatted. Because the question is the quickest thing, like this one, how to go viral is the question. And then they'll talk about it and they're breaking it down, right? And then the final is the solution of, oh, well, yeah, so watch this video and like, share, comment, whatever, right? And TikTok loves that. But I don't want to have to be in every one of my videos. Like, for example, with, like, even I do it, right? But I just don't want it to be with all videos, right? It's like, I kind of do like a little catchphrase in the beginning of a lot of these videos. And then sometimes there'll be questions, but the biggest thing is they want you to engage. But how to go viral on TikTok is literally either you do a silly meme that'll catch on and it'll be great, or you engagement bait, right? Like, there was this, my manager had a friend that he knew that did a fantasy football ad. And you know how he got them in the first 5 seconds? He ran into a trash can. I don't want to have to run into a trash can, man. I mean, more like a script that mirrors your engagement with chat versus your videos being more informant. Oh, that would be really interesting. Oh my god, Kiwi, you just gave me an idea. The comment is she the same even in writing spaces. Oh yeah, I'm sure. But that just gave me a great idea. What if we had what if oh my god, Kiwi, you gave me an idea. Okay, so what if we had, we could modify, I think V stars is okay because I'm doing the outrageousness that TikTok wants by inserting a clip of the VTuber. But I think for V highlight, we could do it where maybe we bait it, right? We make it look like a Twitch clip where I'm like working, and then BLT can come up and be like, hey, have you heard of this VTuber? Like in a little AI voice. And then I'll be like, no, who is that? And then we like transition it and then it'll be like, oh, it's this person. You know, maybe we could do something like that. On God, actually, Kiwi, if you think that's the path, if you like that path, and if that is the path you're talking about, I may actually really be down for that. Debate from Twitch, talking to chat. BLT asks if I know, insert VTuber, then talk about VTuber. The only hard thing is the only other issue I think with the amount of content that I make every single day, or that I post every single day, I should not make every single day, because some days I don't edit videos, is I have to have a formula. And I feel like I saw this, I think Eggy talked about it, and speaking of Eggy, I would love to have a video on them. But Eggy has this thing where, where is it? It's one of her daily twips. Do they have like a hashtag for this?
Have you heard of maincoow? She's a cool dorky cat cow. So unique.
Get out from under the desk. Get out from under the desk. Come here. Come here. Stop being a goober. Where is it? Networking. Engagement over follower account. Buy like a business card. Don't reinvent it. Professionalism. Okay. Consistency over quantity is, I think, one of the ones where it's kind of like it's better to have consistent videos than to have a lot of videos. And luckily for me, I have a lot of videos, but I'm also consistent. Like so originally my manager wanted me to post Monday through Sunday, and I was like, I can't, brother. At that point, like, I was forcing content. I was forcing content out of myself that, like some of my story times just weren't coming naturally. Some of my Twitch clips weren't coming naturally as much as I wanted them to. And I felt like I was on the spot every second. And obviously, when you're on the spot, you can't say anything. And, you know, your experience is getting, like I'm making the interaction between you and I disingenuous because I am trying to clip farm. And I don't want to because, as you can tell, I'm a crazy goober on my own. And so now I've kind of come into this point where I can consistently do a Monday through Friday schedule at the or like a Tuesday to Saturday a Tuesday through Saturday schedule consistently. And I like that, and it feels better. And maybe there are some things that I have to do to get engagement a little bit harder, but do I want to? Not really. Do I just want to keep being a silly goober and talk to the internet endlessly, make videos about things? Because it feels like I'm doing, like, I love working. I love having a job. And that's why I love doing this. Even if it's repetitious in other people's eyes, I love to keep doing it. The advice I always see for series when you're starting is you just drop a small binge and then stick. Yeah, yup. Consistency is so important. Yeah, like I could make 20 videos about a bunch of random shit every week. Just random. And I'm gonna play the music again because I was getting it too intense time. I could make 20 videos every week about something random. But then who would I be? To the internet, I don't know who I would be. Like, you would look at me and be like, oh, that's a VTuber. But because I have this consistent schedule of things that I do, you're like, oh, she's a VTuber that likes talking about art. Oh, she talks about other VTubers. I know that VTuber. Oh, that video game. I know that game. What did she think about that game? You know, it's like I have this niche of like, I basically made myself the reviewer VTuber. I review things. I talk about things. I review art tips. I review video games. I review VTubers. You know, I'm the reviewer. But it's fun and I like it, and I won't lie, there are times where I do need to do more random skit content. You guys having me do the get in the water and me doing the baby no money and me doing club clips, like those have all been like good things that are trendy that, you know, I should get in on because it's a networking thing, right? So I don't know where I'm going with this, but I just wanted to talk about it, I guess. I love you guys, though. Thanks for being here. Even though I'm wacky and I'm silly and I don't always do the most engagement baity things. I just, at the end of the day, I want to make genuine content that I enjoy. But at the same time, I can get if my content sometimes gets a little boring. Mainly because I have this kind of like algorithm, like V-Stars is formatted in a specific way, Art Tips is formatted in a loose but somewhat specific way, V-Highlight is done in a very specific way, and stuff like that. So But I mean, you're here for the ride, and that means a lot to me. But anywho, a good yap session, guys. Let me get back into editing. Really quick. Well, you guys want to know a fun fact? This is me. That's me. This is me. That's me when I graduated college. Fucking. Wait, when did I graduate? I don't know. I don't know when I graduated, like 3 years ago or something. 18, 19, 20, 21, yeah, like fucking 4 years ago. 4-ish. 4-ish. Okay, this part is a part that I was stuck on because I didn't know how to make that a little bit more engaging. Sorry, I needed a burp. If you want to go bio, we can just lock you into CCC with Froggy, since she's always like she would want to talk to me, bro. I wish. Froggy's actually really funny. I like Froggy a lot. She's really funny, but I don't, okay, I'm gonna be real with you. If a VTuber that big actually wanted to be my friend, I would shit myself on the spot. There's already people that are big that, like, I say, I'm like, teehee, I talk to them, like Gob. I've talked to Gob a few times in Discord DMs, and that's fucking, it makes me shit myself every time I think about. Sometimes I feel that way about Vika and Gordy as well. And Womble. Womble's a big one. Womble as well. And I'm just like, Teehee, don't perceive me. I'm just a cat on the internet. I'm a cat cow on the internet that apparently is supposed to eat bugs. Eat me like, oh my god, I gotta, oh my god, I have to do creep class clips. Oh my god, we're going on YouTube. We're going on BRB about to spam Froggy with your art, bro. We could, oh my god, I thought of a Patreon thing we should do. We might just do it anyway. I don't know. I have my, I'm gonna be honest, my Patreon is all set up, but I've done nothing for it. I'd love to do a monthly fan art thing. We could do a monthly fan art thing, and, like, you guys could pick, and then I could, like, try something with that. We could do Froggy as the first one. I'll put that in here. Hold on. Create Froggy fan art. I like Froggy though. I like her voice a lot. What was I thinking? Oh yeah, Creepcast. Creepcast. Eat me. Eat me like a bug. Just want to eat me like a bug. Eat me like a bug. I just want. Please eat me like a bug. Fucking. Fuck. I'm gonna have to clip it. Fuck, hold on. I just want the audio bit of them saying that. Okay, hold on. I have to download these. There's an artist that I'm subscribed to, and they do monthly character polls and commissions giveaway on their Patreon. I'm not cool enough for that, Kiwi. That chibi that I drew that I finished. Oh, actually, I gotta show it to you guys for a second. Hold on. I haven't shown it to. I posted it on Twitter, actually. Because I don't think Advanced GG had a blue sky. But look at the bottom left. Hold on, I'll shake it. Hold on, let me shake it. I'll shake it. Look. There it is. There it is. I'm shaking it. Do you see it? I'm shaking it. It's there now. It's cool. Oh, hold on. I wanna restart playback when source becomes active. Close file when inactive. I think that'd be better. But I feel like I made more for content management than creation, despite what I make? Probably. Ow, ow, ow. I don't know. Be my manager, Kiwi. Stop only self. Okay, all right, valid. Valid. Maybe someone would buy it. Maybe. I don't know. I'm just shy about it, I guess. I don't know. But I made that animation, and it's cool. But yeah, maybe. I wish I could just handle it all through Discord. I gotta go pee now. I went on the BRB screen, and I thought about BRBing, and I gotta go pee. Okay, I gotta go pee really quick. Oh, fuck. Hold on, wait. I gotta get this eat me like a bug clip. Eat me like a bug. And then I need another one of him being like, I'm a little girl. I'm a little girl. I'm a little girl. Creepcast. Little girl. I would do it for free if I could commit more free time. Easy. You just... Your day job, content manager. Night job, writer. Free time writer. Huh? Alright, I gotta be right back. I go pee. I'll be right back. Be right back. Everybody go pee if you need. Okay, I'm back. Chat, I have to go to the doctor's tomorrow. I don't want to, because I have to wake up early. I have to wake up at like 7 in the morning, so that way I can go to the doctor's and get fucking, like, that initial, like, fucking, when you go to a new doctor, you know how you have to, like, do your, like, initial, like, almost like an interview with the doctor or whatever. I'm gonna do that tomorrow. But I'm fasting, just in case they want to do blood work. I'm fasting, so that way I don't have to go back and do it another day. That means I have to stop eating in like 2 hours, and I don't really want to. And the problem is I'm really full right now, and I'm probably going to be full for the next 2 hours, but I'll be hungry later. That's just fucking stupid. Doctors are stupid. They're not stupid. They're life-saving, but still. Where's my audacity? Can I import MP4s? Oh, it's a WebM. What the fuck, Shutter Encoder? Are these both WebMs? I bet they are. Oh boy. Boop, 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 boop. Okay, I have to wait for that. Okay. I forgot what I was thinking about. Actually, cancel. Hold on, I want to try something. try something else. Put a video. Let's go to downloads. Convert. Fucking be my boy. I must be my boy. I must be my friend until you need a boy. No, what free game? Pen pal. Where is it? Okay, cool. I found it. 823. Okay. That was way faster. Cool.
Would that not be fucking? Yeah, we're gonna go. The house is like a Venus flytrap, huh? Yeah, can you like peek your head in on that? And then he looks up. He has like his lips are totally stained red from all the wine, and he's like, I keep going to houses that are eating me like a bug. Eric on the table, eating me like a bug. You say that fork, you eat me like a bug. Eat me like a bug.
Just going to different, just like harassing public service workers.
Exactly. So you gonna just look at me, eat me like a bug? Paints himself green, puts himself in a flower pot with leaves.
He's walking into like a Starbucks completely naked,
scooting forward
like
in
a
the pot.
giant Venus flytrap car.
I think I'll take a white chocolate mocha with. No,
okay, we're gonna cut it here, and then it'll just be. Oops. Oh, whoops. View. Oh, is it?
eat me like a bug. Eat me like a.
Okay. Export audio. OGG. Browse. Stream. Sound clips. Vocal sim. OGG. Eat me like a bug. Creepcast. Oof. Why did I do the double A's export? And then we'll just be faster to do it this way. It's the same. It's like 8 minutes and 30 some.
That's right.
You used to write.
It's like here.
For the town paper, didn't you? Yeah, you sure?
This is like. I sent you the fan edit that was.
Yeah, which I know. I'm like, yeah, that's right. You used to write for the town paper, didn't you? I'm a little girl. I'm a little.
There you go. It's right there. Okay, cool. That should be the only part.
I'm a little girl. 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 I'm a little girl.
I'm a little girl. Creepcast. There we go. Nope. And then there's 2 more that I want to download that I thought about. But I don't know if they'll have it. And then what was the other one? Oh, NASA Peepo. Sorry, that was really a guttural burp on that one. What the fuck? They don't have NASA Peepo? NASA Peepo. NASA Peepo. Cool. I just want the NASA Peepo audio clip. Okay, it's a lot harder to get. 3 out of 5 burp. Oh, not bad. Okay, thanks. I like the big ones. The burp. Those ones are really good to me. Thank you for rating it. I always love to rate burps, but I didn't know if you were gonna match my freak like that, so and say anything. I was not expecting Victorious, but I'm here for it. I just want the what happened.
What happened?
Export audio. What happened? Cool. Alright, cool. I am satisfied now. Hands on my hips, can you touch me in the lips? Alright, what was this last one? Maybe it's not necessary for this part to happen. You know. Oops. Yeah, that's good. That gets the message across. I think I was adding a little bit too much at the end with the extra like, well, this is my opinion. I did this wrong actually. Let's do this. Let's do kit bashing. And then the materials one. Oh, this is Selena Gomez's new song. Crop the bottom of this. You know, I'm gonna be honest. The other day, I said, I don't think there's enough drama in the music industry, and I wish there was more. I lied. There is so much drama in the music industry that I just didn't think about, just because I wasn't in that sphere, right? Because I don't know what drama it was that I was talking about. I think within the music industry that I was thinking about. But then it was like the Selena Gomez and the Hailey Bieber thing, the Drake stuff, the Kendrick Lamar stuff, the Beyonce, the D Pity stuff. There's so much. The Kanye and Taylor Swift stuff. Like, there's so much that I guess I just shrugged. I didn't really think about it. So I revoked my statement from prior VOD, I guess. I just needed to. What does this do? Oh. I need a pop sound effect. Okay. There's the pop. I kind of want to just reuse this. I don't know what we're listening to. It's okay. I'm gonna do a cross dissolve though right here. Cross dissolve. Is that good? Am I done with this now? I broke something. No, I just pressed spacebar. I'm stupid. I do want to move this down now. And we can do like a pop noise for these. And then what else? I need audio. I need to make him I need to make the Bungie logo sweat. And track. I think actually. Just gonna remove this. Move this down. Let's get symbols. Let's get this. I'm gonna scoot over here. I'm gonna zoom out. And then this. And then I just want them to like leave the screen. And let's go back. And then let's go forward. And scoot it out of there too. Oops. Oh, wait, no, this. And then here, and then here is where I like scoot it out. Okay, and then this. Nice. Okay, and then let's get these to go down. I think I'm gonna put game studios that are on TikTok. So I would just like video game. Like the sled. Make your own game. Top Dragon is a good one. It's a sled game. What the fuck? Inspect this one. Oops. What the fuck? What is happening here? I just want to take pictures of all the studios. Cancel. Even Repo was on here, I believe. Inspect. There's a cover, leave out all the rest with Iron Mouse, and it's fully animated. Fuck yeah, that's cool. I always get jelly of people that get full animated the VTuber things. I think that's cool. God, now that I know about that thing with VTubers and the, or not VTubers, the TikTok jail thing, I'm so nervous about my videos now. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. It's not gonna matter. It'll be okay. That's true. If you want to watch it, you can watch it later. I'll be down if you want to share it. I'll watch it later though. If that's okay. You are boss bitch. Thank you. Thank you. Oops, not that. Let's do that. Let's do that. Just want to make these because they're all like similar sizes. And then like the second one can come down. Actually, I think I kind of want to leave this. Okay, let's get music. Ding 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 ding. Damn it. This is not bad. Ba, 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 ba. Close. So that's like I've used this one before, but I don't mind. Cool. Now we just restart the program so my computer doesn't die. We just do the subtitles. Lost in the heat of it all. Okay, cooking dough. You'll be a family of our own someday. What's wrong? Let me post links. What there is. Schooly. Post. This one. Art tips. Snap captions. Let's see, we did the pen tool. Hide. Let's add, let's see, this is 4, so let's add 20. Not 1,200, let's just add 20 more rows at the bottom. Oh, where is he at? Ooh, I did these funky. It's okay. Weekend in Japan. I'll start this down here. Nope. It's is Monty's coming out this week? I think it is. No, it's Vika's. That's what I thought. Eyebrows. Workspace. Base generate. Needing you on, girl. God, what was going on? Let's do hydros. The plan. Okay. Each other cause of me. This one, this one. This here would be -57. I feel like I was hoping it for it to be more out here. Actually, no, let's have it lower this time. Position. Let's do playback. Half. Wouldn't steal. Steal car. Steal handbag. And you sure wouldn't steal someone's art. Would you? This isn't an uncommon occurrence. Many art thefts have happened in the past. However, the audacity of a AAA studio still baffles me. There are quite a few people on here who create video games, and I even went to school to create 3D assets. Biggest takeaway from how to conduct yourself. Biggest takeaway from how creating art. One that is a no-brainer. If it's not yours and you didn't make it, don't use it in your use it. Use it in game or texture art. Say difference between kit bashing, referencing textures, materials, and total disregard for an artist's hard work towards their passions. There you go. Okay. I think that one is Gooba. Gooba. And now we just gotta do the easiest one of the day, which is Vibe and Shrine. Now I'm playing in a BBQ. I download that. Install. Supporter edition. What does this do? Dog. That's cool. Download, get some wallpapers and more. Know how long the game is. Also need to make thumbnail for tomorrow. I probably should download the workshop thing for Candyland really quick, actually. Candy and Toy Store Simulator, what the fuck? Yeah, this was bad. Oh! That's the wrong one. It's workshop. Tabletop Simulator, and then we gotta look up Candyland. This one's fully scripted. Subscribe. Bill Cosby's Candyland, that is terrifying. Here we go. Okay, cool. Candyland logo. Ooh, I want this one. I like this border one, but tools, color, transparent. And the wanna enter the light. God damn these web peas. I wanna go for a ride. Rock your body. Let's do this one. Let's do friends. Maybe noble and cause, yeah. Body rock. Oops. Noble can go here. We can move Buffy's thing here. We can turn this down. No, I wanna dance tonight. I wanna rock your body. I wanna go for a ride. So can rock your body. I do just get into digital art magic circles, possibly a modern fantasy setting. Ooh. Why is it so big? This is the wrong background. This doesn't really matter. Body out of sight. Get a little stupid, get a little crazy, get a little stupid. Dance in the night. Let me open Dale Thompson. Music and rock your body. Your body right. I need memes for this. I forgot to grab memes for this video. Oh well. I think this is the... Yeah, this is the last one. Create single player. Workshop. This one. Load. Gotta run some errands, no problem. Have a good errand time. Okay, I don't like this either. Candyland. Yes, and preach the new Messiah, cause your theories catch fire. I can't find yourself a dining candy land. Your speech, it's tiring. Enough is enough. I is like a kid. Words mean nothing. I go not the fire when you speak. Not a bit. Find a way to rock it. I go alone. Healing in tabletop sim. Is running out of time. Around the hours, rather be a coward when our world collide. Drown you out before I lose my mind. I don't find yours feel for dining. Don't mean to judge. When you read your speech, it's tiring. There we go. He's like a kid. Your words mean nothing. When you speak. Save. Thumbnails, Twitch promos. Oops. It should be a PNG. Export. Twitch promos. This one. Yep. Save. Burn my ears like a kid. And your heart's beating nothing. I go down that. Light out the fire when you speak. My heart says something. Like it ever. What's that? We try. Link clips. Link clips. Boop. Delete empty tracks. There we go. Save that. Think you can stop what we do? I doubt it. Alright, now I gotta get some memes. I have that many. I don't want to deal with webpies. Playlist. To these ones. Oh, another webp. Fuck. Chad, I don't want to deal with webpies, please. Find a way around it. Shout it. Think you can stop what we do? I doubt it. On the energy, I'll tell you all about it. Make it an image. Start function. Okay, so place with vibe and shine. What do you need? I am the one. And then replace. Deep in the cause the scene. Being the one. Okay. Let's do this part. Always told me. Working on this one. Always told me. What we do. 78. Billie Jean is not my lover. That's a girl. Ugh, good lord. Not my son. What? And then we do a little hamster. Hamsters. Gotta take the cropping. Jane is not my girl. I think so. Bring it up a bit though. Boop, boop. Save. I think that's everything. Save. And then the subtitles. Da-dun, dun, 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 dun. I don't play New York Times games. And then it'll be end of BBQ time. Beep. Get source. I need my boop boop. Boop boop boop. Specifically. Cretaceous. Did I say that right? This be era. Be man. Alberta. Canada. Ew. Sometimes I wish I lived in Canada. It seems nice there. Just boy. A financial weekly. I keep clicking the wrong button. We as a alone and you do that I want. Promiscuous boy. And Awesome. Save, and now it's alright. How do I keep forgetting to put the new snap captions on here? That's okay though. Alright. Auto check. Pink pony! Instrument that might be made with a comb and wax. Harmonica? I don't. How bedtime stories are often read. Nervous. Paranoid, short from real. Less colorful, paler. Layer of the ozone. Totally pointless. I don't. Hit a high note in a place, perhaps. Yodel. Oh, a kazoo? Cat bar? Allowed? Tense. Wait, was it one? No use. Ah, that said noose. Workspace. Scripts, comp, snap captions. Text base. Generate. Miss Jackson, I am for real. Only. Tiny. Yo-yo. Aw. Total? Annoy? Oh, man, it's hard because it has a Y. Tally? Ally? Ninny? Nanny? Lolly? Yaint? YOLO. Ha. It was totally? Tonally? Tonally? Yo? Tinny? Linty? Oh, thank God. That was hard. Ooh, for real. Look at a very well-kept fossil. Ankylosaurus. Socially arrived from the lower shares, man. Those words were hard. Words were hard to say. But hey, if you're in Alberta, Canada, you could see this fellow today at the Tyrrell Museum of Paleontology. Then we got this fluffy hamster that honestly looks like how I do when I wake up. This little baby is so adorable though. let me know if you've ever had a hamster and what name. As a parting gesture this week, we got Jay letting us know that if you got any worries, to throw soup. You should really hear it from the main creator themselves. So check them out. Oh, I stopped shaking it and fixed it. Hi! Yeah, that was lag. It was right at the end of me editing a video too. But hi, how was your meeting? It is back. Hello. Moles. Oh, shit. Sure. Other girls see. Boyfriend. Maybe it's OR. Something E. Good. Lots of stuff to do. Understandable. Understandable. Roost. Rouge. I wouldn't be this. I wouldn't be rogue. Something. It's like pork. Nope. It would be. Hold on. What's this? So it'd be ORE. It could be forte. Is it forte? Shit. Born. I'm going to have a smacker. Would you like some food before later? Yes, please. How about born? Yes! I got it. I did it. I figured it out. I'll figure it out. Say shush, girl. Touch your lips. Do the Helen Keller and talk with your hips. What's this? Oh, of course. Tea. Oh, of course. Slad. Zipper? Zippers. Fine. Soup? What is soup? What does soup have to do with it? Is it like fine dining? Fine dining. Salad. Appetizers. I don't understand how this goes with this, you know. Dessert on tray. Cheese. It's just cheese. I don't know how that goes with that. I don't know. What? At least it was easy. It wasn't stupid. Alright. Ledger, Day, Brown, Horse, Water, Hardy, Log, Murphy, Bale, Drew, Canopy, Record, Through, Register, Holmes, Pitchfork. Ledger, Register, Record, and a Log. Remind me that it's not so bad, not so bad. Water. I feel like when I see Bale, I think of like Christian Bale. But I don't. Chris Bale, Chris Brown, Chris Murphy. Chris. Trough. A pitchfork. A bale and a horse, maybe? These are all things found in a stable? Ah, I was right, seen in a barn. Water, Drew, Canopy, Brown, Hardy, Day, Holmes. Because Holmes, Hardy, Brown, and Murphy all sounds like last name. To guess it. Is it Drew instead of Brown? Fuck. Wait. I got it. What is it? Beds? What? So it'd be like Canopy, Murphy, Hardy, Water. Oh, Canopy, Bed, and David. Oh, what's this one? Detectives of Kid Literature. Oh, yeah, because Holmes, Nancy Drew. I don't know Hardy or Brown, but that makes sense. Yay! We did it. We did it. We did it, and we did all of our editing for today. Just pogging. Means tomorrow. We're probably gonna do the skip. You were that bad. Did I make sure that all these are all good now? I didn't label. I didn't change the labels on this one. Why were you holding her hand? Not the way you stand. I all the time. Blech. Okay. Do I want to do NFBBQ now? I think I do. I think I do. I think I do. So get this to be game. Alright, let's try this game out. Very interested in it. Let me. Hello? Oh, 1 second. 1 second, sir. 1 second. Casual gaming. Oh, but turn the screen back on. Okay. Existing here in the void, I guess. Those eyes back to work. Aye, aye, Captain. What am I doing? Can you hear something? Adjust the slider until the volume is a comfortable level. Like 50? I'll put both headphones on. It's pretty comfy. Get your eyes working. Adjust the slider until the face on the left is visible. Face on the left is visible. This is very spooky. I don't know how I feel about this. It's very spooky. There's lights over there. Shift to sprint. Hello? Hello? Whoa! Hello up there! Oh goodness. Am I about to be nuked? Oh, there's a bed! Open this door. Open. Take me a little nappy. Is it nap time? I like nap time. Oh god. How little dog is in the loading little thingy. Okay, so there's a bed. Can't see nothing. Smoke coming from somewhere. There's something in there. Hello? Hello? Senna?
Hope you don't mind, but could you tell me?
Where the hell is the boss?
Anna is searching for the boss.
Yes, I am the boss.
You're not idiot, don't believe in Anna. He's not the boss.
Okay, you got me. I am not the boss, nor a penguin, but in fact, the great Dracula.
Wait, why is Penguin a Dracula?
I am not nuts. I am Dracula.
What are your pain points? What's your problem? What are our business struggles today? Let me help you invest in your future.
No! Just tell me about this dumb job already!
仕事に積極的なのか。そりゃいい。いい心がけだ。いや、そうだな。よく聞いてくれ。時間はだいぶかかったが、この
Took a while, but this one bed finally spat out the boss.
だが一つ問題があるとすれば、
Okay.
お前は遅すぎた。今からそこに滅びた身の始末に行こうにも、もう俺たちには時間が残されてないんだ。
Huh, seems I am out of the loop. Shall we review the job description?
まあ、あんたのその変な言葉遣いで言うとすれば、俺たちが狙ってるのはボスの腹渡だな。そいつは俺たちの最大のワークターゲットってとこかな。
We're gonna kill him?
Understood. Aim for the target.
そう。なんだこれ誰だタバコ吸ってるの
That's a good question. There was a lot of smoke.
ダメだダメだこのスモークのせいで肺がどうにかなっちまう
Oh, the poor frog. It is the worst. I have to agree with you.
Let's arrange our next ambush at the scene. Could you point out the boss's location?
こっちだこっちこっちこっちに来い見ろあの島が見えるかボスはどうやらあそこに潜んでるらしいんだなだがまずはこのスモークを消し去ることが先かもなで取引成立か
Hi V, welcome on in. Whoa. Oh, fireworks. Anna Dream BBQ.
あんたは元いた場所に戻れそして受付を見つけるんだどうすれば肺をパンクさせずにボスの元にたどり着けるのかを必ず聞くんだ
Aye, aye,
That is
Captain.
most categorically doable.
So am I Anna? Job started.
You must be the entity that figured out where our target was. Is that verifiably true?
What? Did you call me a stinky penguin?
No.
But I know a guy who could get you one.
I can hear your thoughts. Stop!
No, man, I'll be editing a clip that I need for class. No problem.
I am Dracula!
There's a house behind you. Anything? Hey, it's back. Welcome back. You just got in time for us to play Enna BBQ. So door there, but they said to go back from where we came from. Yeah, we are Enna. Help needed. Talk to the receptionist downstairs. You'll find the receptionist. Use those interrogative sales tactics of yours and get more info on what's going on here. We need to get rid of the nasty smoke. Okay. That's cool. Good, I think. Oh, okay. So that's like the transcript that. Okay, no, we'll just go downstairs. I want to see what that door was. What is this door about? I need to use this now. Okay. Is there mannequins in those lanterns? Okay. Is there a receptionist in here? Oh. Red rum reference, possibly? Hello! This feels like a hub arena. It does, doesn't it? What is this? Look at this guy. Hello? The other day I went to the lonely door and it gave me a big gruesome hug. Where would we all be without the doors? I don't know. There's another. Are you a person? Have you seen the lonely door? Honestly, it's kind of smoking hot. Okay. Hello? Listen to yourself, you don't even make sense. Typical Rena. What? I'm not Enna though. What do I do after downloading DaVinci Resolve? You just drag and drop your clip in the program.
Did I catch you at an okay time?
Ah, encore vous? Allez-vous-en! Vous sentez la pauvreté. Allez manger des plats surgelés, sale limace à col rose.
I'm afraid that the smoke
rude.
here is polluting our lungs.
Let's cut the crap. Yes, we'll get rid of it for us so I can deal with the man in charge.
Quoi? J'espère que vous racontez
You
des
aren't
conneries de
spitting some
prolétaires.
needy nonsense.
Vous arrivez trop tard. Le boss
Boss isn't even born yet. It's not opening though. Double click it again or just wait. I don't think so. Probably not.
Quand vous serez plus riche. Misérable mendiante pouilleuse démunie sans un sou et fauchée comme les
This lady's mean.
Involved in the decision making.
Ah, c'est reparti avec les questions, c'est ça? Vous m'avez l'air très problématique.
Are you poor with words or what? Let's talk, you cheap assistant!
Pauvre? Bas de gamme? Moi?
Worry not. You are still a child of God.
Vous jouez avec le feu, mademoiselle. Bon, écoutez, les genies sont les seuls à pouvoir arrêter la smoke. Tout ce qui se cache derrière les portes de cet endroit chante leur gloire. Et n'essayez même pas de manquer de respect aux portes.
I'm not gonna
Bless you
disrespect
for
the
your
doors.
business.
Okie dokie. Can I talk to you at all?
Bon retour parmi nous. Je n'ai pas de temps à perdre.
No time for slacking off and insulting a lowly common all day. Ask what you need and leave. Which door? The crowd door.
Porte solitaire. Une porte
Magnificent door. It will always be there for you no matter who you are. Inside the door, you will be able to experience the delights of despair and find calming gloom in the buildings of the uncanny streets. If you are a party person, you can always switch the mood and attend the infamous Purg event. Although due to all the excitement that the atmosphere of this door distills, you may want to look for a bathroom. I want to ask about all the doors. The most mysterious door. They say that this story was once part of a body of a genie of this place. Inside there is a contest of a lifetime. If you win 4 games, you earn a VIP ticket to an unforgettable trip with the one and only pair of the genie. Throw away your miserable, ugly life and wait, you can't go there. Why can't I? I know it's rude. Alright.
pas de temps à perdre
What about-
à insulter une sale
I don't know.
toute la journée. La porte
At the
du
horse
cheval,
door.
le grand étalon.
The impotent stallion, beautiful door. This door is pitifully closed due to the recent death of the past genie, although a new genie is on their way. I'm pretty sure that professional we reached out to is looking for someone who can organize the upcoming welcome event. Okay. Oh, so this is the, okay. This is the, okay, that's, okay. Okie dokie. Can I go this way?
Vous pensez aller où comme ça?
I'm not a scammer! You're a scammer. Oh, no, there's a different guy. Last game and I'm heading to the crowd door. I heard about some crazy okay, so this is the crowd door. And then the horse door is, I think, outside? I'm getting a phone call. That's rude. Is this a door then too? Why not? What are you doing? Why do your feet hurt from this? Shouldn't be your lungs.
Heel, frog.
Ping me in some moments.
Okay. There's new characters here. I want to talk to you. Hello.
Do you want me to turn around and roll my window down?
That is supposed to talk to someone. I can maybe spit some words at your face. I'm new around here. I've been hired at this place to do whatever people think I'm supposed to do. Oh, mood.
You look like a fellow entrepreneur. Let me shake your hand and collect your genius germs.
죄송해요. 제 업무표에 따르면 악수는 제가 하는 일에 포함되어 있지 않습니다. 그들은
Oh, they have a printer.
새로운 호스트와
I need to find an entity they can
준비할 수
organize.
있는 누군가를 찾기 위해 저를 고용하였습니다.
Ah,
그걸 아신다면
if you know an entity, fax me a blood sample me.
저한테 팩스로 보내주세요.
Can I give you my blood sample? I bet I could do it. Okay. Thanks for the fax number, though. Is there anything else to you? My life is a challenge. I'd really like to be able to just work to do what I'm paid to do. Mood, queen, mood. There you are, frogman. Genies are pretty popular around here, but I do have no idea what a genie even is. I bet they're a banana smoking types. How lewd. It's weird. Okay. Does Dracula have anything to say? Very strong, sir. What are you guys? These little bell people?
I am the boss.
Are you?
Boss of what? Hogwash?
Ah, Anna. Unpopular everywhere, aren't you? I have studied Anna for a long time.
Say, are you a professional stalker? Don't take it personally.
No. Common mistake, but sad mistake. Stalker entities are inside crowd door, begging for autographs, for fame. No Piero the Genie equals no town.
We're not allowed to go in the crowd door.
Is it? Sounds like we've got a busyness there.
Not allowed to go in the crowd door.
I'm confident. You are unwelcome at the door. Piero the Genie is an entity with deviant tastes. Just like me.
Okay. Anything else, sir? Uh-huh. Oh, this guy. Oh my god! No! My piggy bank!
Это я! You're not fooling anyone, fraud! Ну да, твоя правда. Меня звать Кейт, а ты вот Энна. Я тебя тут миллион раз видывал. Тут что, фестиваль простаков и простачек? Ну да ладно, ты видал уже одинокую дверь? Я от нее тащусь. Ух, не дождусь отправиться вплавь и добросовестно тусить, нарушая все законы. Вот в этот раз я точно повстречаю туалет.
Bathroom? You must be talking about the genie, true?
Джеги? Как странно ты называешь туалет.
Oh, okay. So he calls the genie a bathroom? Anything else?
С прошлого своего тусича тут мало что помню. Хлопушек было многовато.
Well, maybe don't do too many pie poppers this time, bud. Maybe we're going through the lonely door then first? Hello. It's very dark in here. Hello. Oddly, there's an urge to go to the bathroom. Hello? I'm crazy, but I haven't heard anything about the supposed genie of the store. Supposed to be the Nephilim?
Gather info and ask questions. I will provide us with the factual truth about this genie.
You go to the bathroom. I think the bathroom's part of being the genie in here. I go to the bathroom. Can I not go in there? I would need to go to the bathroom though. I need to go potty. Can I go potty if I go this way? The fuck? It's like just a sideway thing? Interact with these. Hello? I need to go potty. Will you let me go to the bathroom? Hello? I need to go to the bathroom. Can I go potty here? Oh. Whoa. Oh, is that the genie in the left? It kind of looks like the door. It's a hippo! And an eyeball. Oh, I think I can go to the bathroom now. Okay. The bathroom. I think the genie might be a toilet. Mannequins. Let's talk to the people around here first. We'll go in order. Hello. Sake of that sham man in the seal house. Please have mercy and say nothing to him. I've already heard enough of the gibberish. Okay. Hello. Funny story, I just saw an old woman fall victim to the deceit of that unstable old man at the seal house. What's the seal house? Do you guys have anything else to say? Don't believe that old fruitcake lies. That scam man has no clue where the bathroom is located. Hey, you want that smoke to disappear? Wow, that's the second weirdest thing I've heard. We're going to do what to the boss? Okay, so it seems like they might actually have 3 voice lines. Part of it is the real path to describing the bathroom. Oh, I do hope so. And then the first one should be, yeah, the seal house. Okay. Yeah, okay, so there's 3. There's 3 voice thingies.
That's inaccurate. Could you tell me everything you know about this genie?
Or shit chat. Asshole left the door open and now my pets are gone, my babies. Those your baby?
Or pets?
Same. Two entities, same life, two soulmates. Understandable. Are you the scam man though? We like to stain carpets of my house with blood. Here? I have to go get a carpet.
I'll be right with you.
Else? Breakfast, where did you go? Lunch, come back. Oh, breakfast, lunch, and dinner? Getting through good gravy. What are you trying to spell to me? Smells crazy as a shaman. Oh, the sham man. Oh! Time for you to visit the toilet of the eternal damnation. Okay, what are these old ladies gonna say?
Excuse me, Miss Boss Lady. Are you looking for the
boss.
bathroom too?
Oh,
Yeah.
I am no longer the boss of myself. However, I can teach you to grow your own one in a few short steps.
That is amongst the weirdest spells I've ever heard from a witch.
Do you
has no
by the
eyeballs.
chance of chances know how to reach the genie?
She said bathroom.
Shh, let me talk.
She said bathroom.
Let's not make any compromises. I must get rid of this smoke to reach the boss. And it looks like this bathroom could be the key to our business's success.
Actually, one of us went looking for the bathroom and promptly got lost.
This is exactly why we should have gone to that purge event. We could have tried going to the bathroom from there.
Psst. We should go home. I am allergic to persons.
You found the bathroom yet? Not yet.
Hey,
Your friends turned to both.
Hey, you seem like an entity who loves overworking themselves. And we seem to share the same final destination.
Welcome in, Koneko.
Would you be so kind to help us find our friend? I'll reward your hard work with something that could be useful in that, business of yours you like so much.
So now we have 2 jobs. We have to, well, we have 3 jobs.
Choice, but precise.
They're back.
Anyway, the last time we saw her, she said she'd ask for directions inside of Seal House.
I pop in, I hide for a job. Understandable,
She's
Koneko.
already bloodless inside there.
don't you remember? We saw her heading out from there to the complete opposite direction.
Ah, settle down, ladies. Maybe someone gave her fake directions. That's your cue, Miss Ina.
Time to get to work.
Okay. Okay. Wait, I'll do one more time.
Would you hurry, please?
Okay. Wait, did I talk to... I didn't talk to this guy, though. It looks like everyone has to go to the bathroom. A good way to travel around here, but they need the essence of your blood to identify you, of course. Take a shower before you ride the bus. Good advice. Bus stops are a good way to travel around here. Okay, okay. I guess we're going into the Seal House. Is this the Seal House? This game is trippy, absolutely. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Ooh, hello? Hello. It's the wizard!
Greetings! I shall be happy to explain everything to you. One person can be in 2 places at once. Although,
Okay.
the magician does not have to be in 2 places at once. He can be
Okay.
in 1 place at one time.
That makes sense.
Because he would be lost in the other person's mind.
I'm glad we understand each other, Anna. You are here because you want to be. I can see it in your eyes.
I'm here for our pending business with your
Stupid boss! Firstly, I need to get more info on this pointless shit!
Ah, the bathroom. But of course, you are looking for it. That old witch is looking for it. Everyone these days is in search of the bathroom. Now,
Yeah,
you
gotta go
didn't hear it
potty.
from me, but the way to the entrance is...
Oh shit, oh
The way
Jesus.
to enter the bathroom is through that giant orb you see in the sky past the bridge. But in order to reach it, we must create life itself.
I can make a boss.
Go away, Anna, and get life. That shall be your quest today.
But I already have like 2 other jobs. Okay. Now we
Let
have
me
3
do some
jobs.
research and get back to you.
Yeah. Okay, let's go. Okay, so first we need to find someone's dogs. And then we need to find... Oh, whoa, there's an owl up there. Hello? Can't talk to him. And then I need to find... So I need to find someone's dogs. Or pets. And then I need to find... the old lady. And then I gotta find the bathroom. Can I go in these buildings? I don't think so. It's a hippo. He's breaking this building. Stop breaking that building. Stop that. What if someone's living in there? Hello, sir. I'm off to purchase some water at the vending machine before directing myself to the purge event. Hangovers in the afterlife can make you real thirsty. The giant wander around the city say some real creepy things. Okay, so some of them have 2, some of them have 3. I think 2 is a good default, just in case. Hello?
I disagree.
That's right, I am a vending machine. You are. I'm not.
Guys, wait! I'm not doing what you say I'm doing! I'm not doing anything! I'm not doing anything at all!
But I need money, don't I? Oh, there's mayonnaise. A special cream made best used as a sleep mask. Okay. You don't have enough money. Okay. I have to go get money, so I have to find the guy's dog, but I don't know where the guy's dogs are. Hello.
May I offer you a divestment opportunity?
Divestment? Are you making fun of my unemployment lives? I don't care! Don't care! Go away! What? You are
Shoot.
Anna? You have a job?
It's more of a lifestyle. That's my destiny. What more could I do? God knows the rest.
Ew. I am nice to you, and this is the thanks I get?
What? Oh.
Rude entities like you get punished for the sins of others.
Tell me! I'm joking!
Oh.
Fell for it, didn't you?
Miss, could you keep it down, please? The pizza guy's right here.
You know, I'm pretty good at organizing words. I should be the CEO of organizing events or something.
Oh shit.
Tell this place to drink Armenian. I hate bathrooms.
Wait,
I
one more
should send
thing.
my worky resume to the boss now. I'm super good with organizing bosses.
We should organize the event. But I don't have her blood sample. There's a trash can over there. What's in this trash can? We must get a life. Yeah, apparently. Hello? Are you someone I can talk to? Hello? Hello?
Oh
Desist from
no,
it.
what a barbarity. Who could dare?
I'm seeing the heads of this entity being kidnapped. Not microsensor.
Of course. Delighted to help a business fellow.
Please don't tell me job accepted again. Oh, good lord. This is a lot of jobs. Are those the pets? Are the owls the pets? There's someone up there. Oh god. Okay. Oh, there's blood here. Maybe this is where the pet went? Hello? Hello? Tutorial is beyond death itself. What do you... I don't understand. Are there any more things with blood? Oh, I found one. I have acquired pet. Baby's pet. Tonight's dinner. No one knows for certain. Okay, that's one of them. So now I just have to find like a few others. Let's go over here. Hello, do you have any pets over here? The filers will be angry. Hello. Hi. Oh, don't. Oh, you dropped those.
Non un altro.
Another one?
Guarda, mia signora, non passerai. Possiedo questo ponte.
I own this
L'ho
bridge. I
acquistato
acquired it this
stamattina.
morning.
I'm the anthology anomaly! Step back, Jackpot!
Ehi, 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 ascolta qui, cortigiana onesta. Ho appena vissuto il giorno peggiore della mia vita. Va bene? Ho combattuto 3 volte. No, 4. No, 5 volte. Mi sono lasciato con la mia ragazza.
Was I going to kill my brother? Oh shit. Did he die?
Mi scuso, mia signora. Le cose non sono state le stesse per me.
It's just been the same since that screaming witch crossed my bridge.
Il mio ponte.
Hey, pal! My sympathy is gonna cost you for every condolence.
Aspetta. Condoglianze? Mia signora pensa che mi piaccia tutto questo? Essere un accumulatore professionista non è uno scherzo. Hai qualche idea di quanto sia stressante questo lavoro?
Not
Ad
really.
esempio, hai mai fissato qualcosa così intensamente per 10 minuti all'improvviso? Diventa il tuo
Not
regalo
really.
preferito? Mi è successo al dannato obitorio.
Oh god.
Era così vergognoso.
Okay.
Ok, guarda.
Okay.
Vedi quell'edificio
Yeah.
distrutto e vedi quel gentiluomo là dentro? Quel
I just talked to
ha
them.
tenuto d'occhio le mie proprietà per tutto il tempo. Vuole sicuramente rubare le mie proprietà. Ma non è questo il punto. Voglio che smetta di guardarmi.
So I'm gonna get him glasses.
Per coprirgli gli occhi o qualcosa del genere, io farò... No.
Can I cross the bridge?
Potrei darti la mia gratitudine. Qualunque cosa. Non lo so.
Good lord, there's a lot of jobs. How am I supposed to finish them all?
Perfetto. Ora smetti di guardare le mie
Care
proprietà.
about your goods, dude. So many. Okay, yeah, look at all these jobs we have.
Esci dalla mia prospettiva.
Get out of my perspective. Okay, sorry. Shit. Okay, I have to go find glasses? Okay. Oh, wait, look, there's another little one of the guys, I think. Hello? The have one of your dogs. Okay, looks like I have to get all of them first. Hi. So I have to get a life. There's smoke coming from in there. Can I go in this building? There's smoke coming from it. Oh. Maybe. This must be one of the dogs is. Hello? Puppy? Hello? Oh, Jesus. No, I gotta go this way. I guess I could try to jump it. Hello? Thank you. I don't know. Wow. Is it a net? Oh, no problem. I guess we're going this way now? Oh, there's a dog in there. I'll go get the dog. Come on, doggy. Hello. That's the second pet. Anything else in here? This place is warping a bit. It's weird. That's the way I came from. Is there another dog in here? Some more blood. Oh, this is the way it came from. Okay. Oh. Oh, hello. Oh, it's a mask thing. Oh, God. I was over there. How do I get the mask thing? Everything's contorting. It's weird. This is the way I came from, I think. I gotta talk to that head thing. How do I talk to that head thing? How do I get up there? Hello? 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 Maybe I have to come back in here or something? I have to come back? I'm so confused. I got myself lost. Hello. Can I have it? No? Okay. Well, I found another dog. Let's just put. Okay, so. Let me across. Let me across! There's a way to go around it? This way? Keep going around or something? This way. This way? That leads me to that. This just leads me into... We got the dog. Okay. I think I'll leave. Because I'm lost as fuck. I don't think... Get out of here I will then. a ladder or something. Gotta go out this. Nope, that's the. Wait, no, that's the. Nope. Oh, good lord. Oh no. Okay, this way. This way. Okay. I think I found that way out. Yeah, there we go. I found the person thingy. That helped them at all? That helped the person that was by the broken over here? It doesn't look like it. Am I supposed to find more things? Is there a place I haven't gone yet? What about over there? Is there a dog over here? Oh, there might be. Weird. The perspective of this is all. Here's one. How many dogs am I supposed to get? Is that all the pets? Kill the man. Stare. Have you seen the switch? Get rid of the smoke. Pets come home. Find 4 pets. Okay. Are there any other bloodstains? I don't think I saw any. There was one there. Maybe there was one around here that I missed. Jump. Think. No? Oh, I can jump over this. We'll go talk to that guy. It's getting so bright. I want to talk to you. Oh. I feel like. It's so weird because it feels like the blood splatters are like only after I accidentally find them is it easy to find them. I know where the head is that he was talking about now, but I don't have anything for it because I have to keep finding the dog. 'Cause I need the money from the dog. Do anything with this thing? Whoa! What the fuck? Hello? Oh god. Okay. Is that it? He just swipes his nose with his milk mustache. Okay. Somewhere a dog barks an alarm. Find peace on the coast. Was this anything? Oh, okay. So this is the laughing one. This is the party. No one seems to be home. Okay. And then this one. Okay, well. Sure. Dog over here. Oh my god, there's other Enna masks here. Supposed to find the other dog. Oh, there's one on top too. Searched everything? I don't know where the other dog is. Puppy, where are you? Went in there. Gotta cover that guy's eyes. Did I talk to him again? If I talk to him, like, he'll just cover his eyes, maybe? Oh, I feel like I'm supposed to get the dog, get the money, get the mayonnaise. Use the mayonnaise to cover his eyes because it was like it could be used as a sleep mask, right? And then the guy will let me cross the bridge, right? Okay. I think that might be the case. I just don't know where this other dog is. Doggy, where's the dog? Okay, so there was one there. There's one up there. There was one in the broken building, which I feel like that one would have been the hard one to find. You know, does anybody know where a cat could be? Or a dog? I called it a dog. Hey, do you know where the dog could be? Okay. Looks like a piece of coral from out of this world. Hello, do you know where a dog is? Do you know where a dog is? Is there a dog in here? Do you know where a dog is? Do you know where a dog is? Do you have a dog? Do you have a dog? Do you have a dog?
Do you know any more information about this prospect?
Imagine this guy very sneaky. They will likely hide it where a law-abiding citizens could ever find it. I know where it is. Okay, well, I guess let's go back into the hole. I think the hole's over here. I lied. I don't remember which house it's in. It's not that one. It might be that one. Where is the last dog? I need the dog so I can get money, you know, set the ball rolling. I don't know where the last dog is. Dog, are you in here, dog? Is there another dog in here? I feel like I'm supposed to do something with that entity that I'm supposed to get back. You know? Hello? 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 I see you up there. How do I get up there? That's the way back out. This is the way we can't jump across. Hello? Can you help me out here? I need to go this way? Chat, I'm fucking lost, dude. Oh, wait. Ah! Yippee! I have gotten the taxi driver's head. A talented chauffeur. Yippee! What's this? Oh, this is where they probably dropped the head in. Oh, that makes sense. I did it! I figured it out. But is there another way? Because there was the ticky-talkie thing. Got a head from a taxi driver? Yeah, well, technically I got the head of a taxi driver. Technically. Oh, shit. What's this way? Did I go all the ways? That's the chute. This is where I fell from. I think that was all the ways. So I'll just take me back up. And then I want to know what's that way though. Wait, isn't that just the... Yeah, that's just this. Okay. Okay, now that I have the taxi driver's head, it should help with something now? But I have to redo the puzzle thing. Hold on. Nope, fuck. Oh, fuck. Wait, how the fuck did I do this? Yeah. Up. Okay. Now we can get out of here. Out of here and get out of here. I don't know where the third dog is though. Oh, fuck. Yeah. I got the taxi driver's head. Now we can give it to the little guy. The little guy. Oh, there he is. Nice. I don't know what the little guy's gonna give us though.
Servicio?
Salute.
What do you suckers do for a living?
Bueno, yo puedo enviarte a ese famosillo evento. El evento de la burla.
Yeah, I want to go to the purge.
Que Maya la agotó. Hizo un verso sin mayor esfuerzo.
Let's go to the purge event, guys. Oh, dolphin in here. Ew. Ew. No control over my head. What the fuck? What do you mean you sent me to the wrong event? No, not yet. Hi, Ungabo. Can't read any of the signs here. There's a person looking at me though. A lot of stone thingies here. This is the wrong way, I guess. Nope, not this way either. Hello? Okay, let's go this way. There's a door over here. There's stuff. Oh, look, there's the... Oh, we were going up. As if we look... Oh, good lord. So if we look up, that's the place that we were at. Oh, great, okay. Gold doors it is. Oh, balls. That means we can't ask for a ride back. Well, there's the little kid that we helped. I'm coming. We're playing tag? It's a very scary game of tag, I'm gonna be honest with you, kid. What's there something over here? Do you have a dog by any chance? Do you have a dog? See, look, that's where we were. Hello? So many extra paths, like I don't want to miss anything. Hold on, I want to go back. Trying to do a good job of remembering where I've been and where I haven't been. In places like these is a little hard, but this is pretty linear, so. There was a place here that led out. What was this one? It led out this way. Oh, it's just to look at the total taxi. I like the music here. Just to look out over it. No, that was correct. This way. Just saw who the new voices of Gumball and Darwin are. The kid that voices Darwin is called Hero Hunter. That's crazy. That is crazy. They sound similar though. Fucking Gauru and your card to play Darwin. Hello. Shouldn't be here, you're not mentally strong. When are you going to learn, old lady? I'm not old. I'm only 25. All my friends criticize me for coming here. I laugh at them because they're all the same. Okay. Leave me back. It's a big ear or something. It's like the big ear or something. Hello? Hey, it's the guy, the taxi guy. Oh. Hello? The legal part of it? Yeah!
Event?
Being the antagonist of the One Punch Man goes by the title here. Oh, interesting.
And the cheat is my only escape.
Picking up your slack. I'm busy. I have like 6 jobs right now. They can't kidnap our free will to go to the bathroom. Oh, is this the bathroom?
Anyone move.
That's valid. What about you? Are there legal part? I guess. Something wrong. Something out of place. Half of my body, that's what I get for being on my feet all day. Take my spot. Hello?
Hey, Nicole. I see. It will cost me arm or a leg to have.
Pay with body. Here you go. What's this? Okay, well now I'm missing one of my arms, which isn't great. What's wrong with long face? You don't like the slaughterhouse parties? Oh goodness. You have any indication of which way I'm supposed to go? I guess not. Oh, I see. They kind of tell me which way not to go. That's cool. Okay, so we'll go this way. We'll go this way. Then this way. And there's two ways. That looks like it should be the way. Oh. Hello. Alright, well. Let's go this way. Oh, there's two more ways. That one has two ways. That one leads to something new. That one reminds me of the videos that we watched. Hello? Extinction party? I think I just did. Hey, it's that girl! Hey.
Oh, hey! Are you following me or something? Well,
It's so cute. Thanks! Have a good time at the party. Okay, I have a feeling I was supposed to go that way or else I'm gonna keep getting lost. Hello? I can't wait to hear that whistle. It makes my eyes go crazy. Do you really even have eyes though? Oh my goodness! Noxia, thank you for subbing for 2 months at tier 1. Thank you so much. I'm jaking it. Okay. Welcome on in. Oh shit, where am I supposed to go? Wait. Ah, this way. No. No. Ah. Okay, so this way. Left? Nope. Nope. Jake, like the real Adventure Time fan, I believe it. We get to try again if we lose, right? Lose what, though? Alright, so... this way. Whoa, hello. You a Power Ranger?
How can I lead this stupid event? My lame, scheduleless role. I can't afford another minute of joy.
Things in life, partying, following the whistle, getting ready to be eaten. I mean, you're already going to miss the one chance to visit the bathroom, damn. The little butt cheeks. What is this? What is this? What is this? What is happening? Hey, there's a guy over there. I want to talk to him. Hello? What's happening? I got drowned in Pepto-Bismol? Pepto-Bismol? Pepto-Bismol chat? Can we get Pepto-Bismols in chat? That whistle sound. Hungry. Is this the bathroom? Oh shit. Oh shit! It ate his brother! These ones are in like a conga line. It's getting eaten. That guy is getting double eaten. Sounds coming this way? Gonna eat me now? I don't know which way to go. This way? I'm like trying to follow the whistling, but it's like, it's all the same. Oh shit, did I do it? Is this? I don't think that's a bathroom. Fuck. Am I being born? There are two holes. Are you the bathroom?
Pardon me. My head hurts so much. Do you have any coffee? Any milk? Any bathroom?
Shit!
A giant bathroom. Ugh. It's not enough for this many bodies. I hate myself.
To the people here? Oh, they don't say anything. Okay, what about that guy? I feel like... Okay. Oof. Is this the bathroom? Are they toilet heads? Don't push each other. That's mean. Are we in the great porta potty in the sky? Oh, there's a guy. Hello.
Hast thou seen that? Entities fighting each other for thy attention, creating a path to the correct hut for the sinful souls whom arrive to this unfortunate place. I know not which one to trust. which tells the truth. So tired I am of lies.
Okay. Oh, so I'm supposed to go into one of these huts. Okay. So one of these will be correct? I mean, what stops me from trial and error, you know? I mean, there's nothing really stopping me from just doing trial and error to see all the animations. Little show. About this one. Oh, no! It just pops out of existence. Cool. Goodbye. What about you? Oh shit, a black hole? Oh my god. Okay, this one's also just sinking, I guess. I wonder if there's supposed to be like a deduction thing I'm supposed to do. Maybe the head pads. This one just sinks too. I think I'll just go through all the huts. I mean, like, why not, you know? That way, when anybody else comes here, they won't have this problem. You said to go this way. Where do you say to go? Say to go this way? What about you, little guy? Which way do you say to go? This way? I will say to go this way. It says to go this way. This way, and then I'm picking this one, this hut. Watch them all be wrong or something. Like all of them are just not the real hut. Because the hut was in us all along. I mean, none of these huts are extraordinarily any different. I was hoping it would keep randomizing the animations, but it's not. This guy's doing like a little handstand, so I'm gonna go this one, I guess. Oh shit! I found the real porta potty. Ooh. What the fuck was that? No thanks. Alright, there we go. Whoa. What's that? Hello? Are you bathroom? Whoever you are talking. The gift.
Dear Genie, or to whoever it may concern, my job is to do everything possible to find the boss, for he is our target today. The smoke is in the way of our business and must be eradicated at once.
Αυτός ο boss που ψάχνεις γνωρίζεις το ιστορικό του, την οικογένειά του, το πρόσωπό του.
By this college.
Το ό,τι εσύ και εγώ συζητάμε. Δυστυχώς δεν υπάρχει πολύ παραπάνω.
Just reminds you that this is a place we are in. It's too far away for your real form. But I may ask us to touch my merits. Let me show you a reality where you were to achieve your deepest dreams. Let me touch it. I also got my arm back. Remember, Anna, all it takes is a place and the right food. The business bear the liability of obliterating the smoke machine. Oh! Get out of here! No more smoke! No more smoke! No more smoke. That is my job. It no longer moves. No more smoke. There's the door. Beep, 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 beep. Oh, what the fuck? Am I in school now? Hello? Hello? Oh. Uh-oh. Seems like the smoke might have been important to this place. Hello?
なあ、頼むよ。もうバスルームのたわごとはたくさんだ。
The issue with the bathroom has been resolved. Our business with the boss is our next priority. He will
No,
be
I
down
have
the
to go
drain
get the
in no
dogs.
time.
何に降りるって？笑えないぞ。適当なこと言ってごまかそうたってそうはいかないからな。あんたの仕事は何だっけ？いい加減に一気に仕事を片付けるのに集中するぞ。もう二度とバスルームの話をするなよ。
Bathrooms again. It's not my fault. It's the genie's fault.
ああ、そうだ、言い忘れてた。あんたが何をしたのか知らんが、その効果は確かに現れてるよ。あの嫌なスモークがだいぶ消えたんだ。ご苦労さんだったな、エナ。おかげで随分仕事が楽になったよ。だがひょっとするとまた別の窮地に立たされてるかもしれないぞ、エナ。ああ、まずい。こいつはピンチが繰り返されるぞ。
Ah, predicaments, huh? I'm good at those.
いいか。
See, I heard the door you are at is about to close right now. That means you may get trapped in there, you know.
Well, it's time to be that one drop inside that ocean full of opportunities. Am I right?
あ、そうかそうか。あんたにはセールスの技とやらがあるんだったな。じゃああんた本当にやれるんだな。だから言ってください。やれることは何でもやって戻ってくるんだ。
I'll do my best, bro, but I think I fucked this place up. I don't think I was supposed to do the thingy. Have a good time playing One Human. I think I wasn't supposed to turn the smoke off, dude. I think I fucked up. You're normal. Have you now? You need to get out of here. What in the fuck knuckles is that? Oh, wait, there's a door. Okay, I see the door. I gotta go. We gotta go to the door, chat. The taxi over there. That guy still wanted his dogs. There's a ship. I thought that was the door. There's the night guy. Hey, did you find the bathroom like me?
A nice surprise.
Nice surprise.
Two travelers meet again. Although mayhap in happier circumstance. I can no longer sense the stench of any lie. Vain pretense has met his match, and noble truth holds sway.
What a guy, yep. Alright, let's get out of here. There's a cube attached to me. I have a cube attached to my head. I have multiple cubes attached to my uh-oh. This doesn't seem good. Can I leave now? Open. Ah, shit. No, I'm being covered in salt! Or cubes. Or just cubes. It could just be cubes. Anna's mannequins? Am I supposed to do something? Oh, okay. Damn. That was cool. Whoa, look at all the supporters. Fuck yeah. That was cool. Oh, I am the mannequins. Are we not going to talk about that? That was pretty cool. I'm not gonna lie, that was pretty sick actually. I quite like that. Makes sense. And then with the extras, did I do stuff? Hey, that was pretty cool though. I feel like I didn't probably do all the secrets that I probably could have, but it was cool. It was cool regardless. It was cool regardless. I hope you guys like that. That was a trip. But a cool trip. I kept trying to find meaning in everything, but it's one of those games where I don't think you have to find meaning in everything. Unless there is very subliminal messaging and everything, which is possible. I hope you had a fun time. It was cool. I liked it. I wish I got to play more though. Like, I wish there was more to it. I mean, I probably could have talked to more of the NPCs. I just wish I got to complete one of the jobs, you know? I wish I could find all the dogs. Is that something you could have done? Could you have, like, finished that area? Hold on. Guides, I guess. Tips and routine. I don't actually know. Walkthroughs? How to crack in branching path, chapter 1. Oh, So there's like there's multiple paths. But it looks like they all lead you to the same thing. That's cool. Okay. That's really cool though, actually. That's cool. Oh. I wonder what the other dog was. What the dog doing? Okay, I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna do art when I return. But I'm just gonna be right back because I gotta go use the bathroom. So I'll be right back. I love you guys. Alright, I'm back. I'm back. My category didn't change to art. What the hecky? What the helly? What the hellia? Alright, chat. I'm gonna do some art, I think. Let's do some fan art. Let's try doing some fan art. Cause there was a chibi that I saw yesterday. I'm like, I like that. I want to learn. So my bookmarks. Yeah, it was this. I really like Esperan's art. Like, this was their chibi example. I thought it was really cute. I like how they do highlights, especially. But I'm actually tied. So I was gonna work on BLT 2. BLT 3.0. So I think I know a better way of doing it. Oh, bye BLT. Come back. Come back. Oh, I swore I'd seen you before underneath little BLT. I do like this one a lot more, I think, than this one. Or the last one. In my ear, I shiver beneath you, all wrapped up in number. Was a night. And I also want to mess with this color scheme a bit. Maybe we could do like line art of it and just send it to a bunch of my friends and be like, color it. What do you think his colors would be? And just not tell them anything else. Alright, how do I want to do this? I think we're just gonna use the pen tool. I think. Yeah, I think that makes sense in my brain. Could have been you become one. See, test sketch. Test sketches. I swore I'd seen you before. Alrighty. I whisper sweet nothings in my ear. I shiver beneath you, all wrapped up in numbers. Let's do 5. I feel like 8's a good number. I don't know why, but I've been doing 8 a lot. I don't know why, but I thought it was gonna be Stanley Steamer song. Does anybody else remember the Stanley Steamer? Stanley Steamers. I don't remember the whole thing for it though. Like this. I think this should go back a bit more so this can come out. I think I like that. I think that's pretty good for an ear. And then get white. And this is ear 1. These will be the reference. It's done. See, I know it's not a race on side. I need to look up VTuber layers. How do people do the layers for like? I wonder how they do it for like the neck. The neck. I want to know how they do the neck. Like a mascot. I think I have an idea. Okay. I like the song. Let's turn the ears off. Think. How they? Okay, I have to ask. I have to ask. I have that. I don't know if they're on. Actually, can I ask Charlie? Is Charlie online? Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Okay. Okay, neither of them are. Okay. How's it split on mine? I think it would just go. I think I know. Models. Not that one. Trampoline. I think if I look at it here. How does my body outline work? There's just one? It looks like it's just one. Yeah, and then they do the overfill. Okay. I understand now. Delete this guy. Your skin and bone, yeah. You're electrical, I want lose control, yeah. Oops. And then boop boop. Down my spine. And then we close curve. Moira, what are you doing, baby bean? Moira! Get down. Moira, get down. Oh my god, my cat. Moira, get down, please. I'm only like a long stick. I'm gonna have to start poking you with a stick, I think that's what I need to do. I think, you know, thinking about it now, Moira, I think it's stick time. I think it's time to poke you with a stick. Poking time. Get down. Get down. Get. I'm gonna keep annoying you with this stick until you get off. Get off. Get off. Get off. Okay, well, at least no one got hurt. You bum butt. You bum butt. Alright. Skin and bones, yeah. Oh, I make you cold. Oh, I wanna lose control. This is the head. Now this should look okay. I hope so. Now, how do the legs work on here? How could I make this effect? I think I would do the full body as it is. Wait, I need like the bottom of the head. Like there. To there. And then bring it on down. And then... Actually, let's cut it in half. And then just try to make it an overarching swoop. So it's nice and smooth. Oh my god, Moira. Ooh. Poke stick. Poke stick. Poke stick. That stick is a pretty good idea, chat. She's not liking me poking her with the stick. Kind of feels a bit medieval, though. Could the crotch have a separate area? I guess it could. No reason why it couldn't, I guess. Hey, I got the stick ready to go. Get off. Go. Get off. Get. Like an old woman trying to get a cat off of something with a stick. Okay, this is his belly, but we gotta have this part here. Delete this guy. Because I want him to have a little underbelly. And then join curves. I think. Get. Okay. And this is the body. Okay, then yeah, his body be bodying. But when I make his legs, bring this down a bit. Same with this. Take this. Find out. I like those toes are too separated. The other way I could do it is this way. And then way. Go, I fall in just a little bit every day with someone new. Oh, just a little every day with just a little bit every day with someone new. Oh, just a little bit. I look like a toe bean. Right way. No right way. So I fall in love just a little every day with someone new. I'm just a little bit every day with someone new. A little bit every day. I fall in love just a little. Morning. Cause I fall in love just a little with someone new. And just a little bit. Someone new. There, his little beans! I think I made a little bean foot. But let me add this. It needs to be white, and then we close the curve. Not with every stranger, a stranger the better. I wish I could do a cover of this song for you guys. Cause that's how I feel about you guys. So I love you guys a lot every day. Every day with someone new, I fall in love just a little bit. With someone new. Just a little bit every day with someone new. Yeah. Alright, and then foot. But now if I put it underneath here, yeah, it'll do like, yeah, I think. Honestly, I'll be honest, I'm just kind of guessing how this works. Would you believe me if I told you that I don't actually know how Live 2D works? I just guessed this whole time. This is my command. Yeah, I think that's centered. Yeah, and so now without this, yeah, it looks like his little body. And then his tail, which I think I'll just do the whole thing. So I think it's actually, I don't know. I feel like it'd be it is. I feel like it is easier when it's not in its form already. But at the same time, I think naturally his tail would just be kind of up like this. Because like when you animate things, you want them to be in like a neutral pose. Maybe I can make both. Yeah, I do both tails. One in like a neutral pose and then one up. So I think that might be the way to go. I mean, that's what I did for BLT last time, is I had a neutral pose tail, and then I had, like, how his tail would be shaped. I think that's how it should be shaped. A little bit over. I mean, it's pretty neutral, I feel like, as is. So, I mean, maybe it'll be okay. Let's do the tail. Your wish is my command. And I hope you understand. He's more Reuben shaped now. Like from Lilo and Stitch. Ooh, stick time. Stick, get off. Get. If I poke her with the stick, she gets off right away. It's perfect. Because me and my cat have this thing where, like, I can't yell at her very well. And it becomes a problem when, like, I need her to get off of surfaces. Because, like, for example, that shelf has a lot of collectibles on it. And they were not cheap. And while I'm okay with her wrecking quite a bit of my stuff, that is kind of like, I don't have the money to replace it. So it's kind of like, please don't. But I can't yell at her, so it's kind of hard. Because at the same time, even though I don't want her, like, touching that stuff, it's like, I'd rather replace those than try, like, you know. Cat's more important at the end of the day, but, you know. Doing this again? I could do this all day, Moira. This is way easier for me than getting up and tell you to get off, so. What do I wanna do? Like you love me a lot. Take me seriously. Okay. Just turn this off so I can see. Just wait and see. I think maybe this should be up more. So we can have more of this. Impatient. And now we're both fucked up. This will be the arm. We're losing every part of it. It fits. And then make sure it's centered. There you go. And now if we look at the little boys, it's looking pretty good. Hey. I might move this thing, like, either up or lower more. No. Turns into giant, but now there's both of us. Stuck in the middle. And we're losing every part of the effects. I think this one can just be filled in. I think that'd be okay. How's the art going? The art's going good. Yeah, I'm making BLT 3.0. I think he's pretty cute. I do want him to sit sometimes, though. And that's something that I didn't plan for. So maybe let's sketch that out. 1, center, yeah. Let's take this. I'm gonna turn this off. I'm gonna rasterize this. I'm gonna erase this little peats. No more peats. Symmetry. Mirror, black. Okay. Let's do a new layer. I think I need to turn stabilizer off. Okay. Now when he sits, get his little beans from this. So I think they would be similar, just on the other side. So I think what we could do is just take this and flip it up. And like that would be how his feet sit, I think. Maybe it's too close. I feel like it's too close. Let's take this. I want to erase, there we go. Let me bring the symmetry back. I'll retrace this. Baby, it'll like that. Like this. Let's do this. Nope, this one. How does someone of his stature sit? It is a conundrum that I have had for a long time. Let's see. Let's go back to this. Okay. Let me take this. Let's erase this. And then maybe his foot needs to go out like that. How do rats sit? So if they have feet like this, wouldn't it just be like, yeah, wouldn't it just be a circle? Gives a shit. Who gives a shit? Let's look at Torekos. Torans? Oh, I think my brain makes sense. Okay, so I could do like one of these things where like, okay. Could do one of those. Or I think what makes more sense instead, let's get symmetry, let's get a blue line instead, is mirroring. Why is it mirroring weird? Huh? What the heck? Why does that seem tilted? Why is this? Why is it so tilted? Huh? That's strange. Save. Let me reload it. Okay. Boop, 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 boop. Okay, mirror and walk. Okay, it's still like tilted. What the heck? Or because of the pen? Okay. Let's do. If I rotated it like that. It's fine. I guess I just draw it normally. It's fine. Oh wait, no. When he sits, his legs can just go into his body, doesn't it? It couldn't it? Could that be how it works? My brain is trying to make sense of this. Yeah, otherwise I feel like maybe his feet could be like this. Like that, I guess. So small. How big is your foot? Much bigger than this. So maybe like that. Curious. What if Bean just rotate? Like, raster, oops. Rasterize, and then... Oops. Rasterize. Oh. Like this. Because, like, I'd like him to be able to sit, like, over here. But if he's able to sit like this... Because sitting might be his normal state of being. Okay, you're like there, and then like... Take this part of here, and like squish it. Take this. Take this. Because then I think if I do the arms... And if I take this arm and just erase it for now. Oops. Flip. Yeah. I might flip where the tail is. So that way his tail can do one of these. Yeah, but I'd shift the foot a bit. So that way, when he sits, that makes sense. So then if I look at this, kind of, I'll kind of make sure that this is like more flat. Yeah. Yeah, I think so. So I'm just gonna click that in Final Sketch. Check one thing though. Let's rasterize them. And then just take this face. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, so to do this, we need another set of legs. Like that. Oh, like that. Yeah. And then go back to... let me hide his original feet. Let me hide the sketch really quick. No, I need the sketch. So I want that to be level, but I want it to also be like that. And like bring it back a bit maybe? And then I don't really want to listen to this song. I listened to it too much when I was younger. Okay, so now we have this foot. Call me weak. Okay, and let's do an alternate body really quick. Of him sitting. Which I would say is like this. Oh my god! Comfort Lycanthropy, welcome on in. Thank you so much for the follow. I hope you have a comfy time here. Where did I put... I put it like, yeah, I put it like there. So like down maybe? Howdy, howdy, welcome on in. How are you doing today? How did original BLT sit? Okay, so he had a thing where it's like, it curved out. OCD. I'm to do drugs, not hard ones. I think this needs to come down a little bit further. And then this will come up like this. Need it sorta kinda. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. I can't see this. I'm tired, but trying to cling to consciousness so I can think of thick ideas. Thick ideas? Fiction ideas? Are you a writer? Are you a writer? It's so okay. It's so rotated. No, I like it like this. I do like the foot being like that, but I don't. What I don't like. I'm an artist by minute, but I write fan fictions on occasion. That's cool. That's cool. I can't write to save my life. English is hard. That's cool. What would you mind sharing, like what the topic is? I'd love to hear it. We should have a few, I feel like, writers in our community actually. Okay, so that's better. This is better. This foot is better. Okay, now we'll replace this foot with this foot. Yeah, Kiwi Goblin Books is one of the other writers in our community. Oh god. I think I made his sit body too flat. I think I just wanted to like a little bit squished. Cronin from Cough Cozy Stuff because he makes me sad. I want to write about his character development during his hiatus from the series. What is Cough? What is that? I am interested though, and then it's very valid. If you like a character, that's a pretty good way to do it. I feel like this one needs to go the other way, maybe? No. King of Fighters. Cool? 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 Well, I hope you enjoy it. I hope you like what you write. Feel free to, you know, dump any juices or ideas that you got. If you'd like any opinions from chat, feel free. Maybe this song will give you some inspiration. It's pretty, I feel like it's pretty good writing material. So I want this arm to be here. Does that make sense? Does this make sense? I think no, because I'm silly. feel like his arms would have to go like this. You know what I think the actual problem is? There's problems here and I don't know how to fix them. I made this shorter. And this shorter. And then this arm got flipped. Would that look like he's looking this way? My arm itches. Not really. Okay. Put the arms back. Cause like, But yeah, comfort lycanthropy. If you want to rattle off any ideas or just mumble about things, feel free to. That's what we're doing. Oh, I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't want it to do the splits. I'm pretty sure I don't want him to do the splits. Actually, what if he did do the splits, but his arms went down? How do I feel about this? Do I feel anything about this? Should I feel like his feet should go in front, and then when they rotate, they should be like so instead? And then, are these on the same level? Yes. Then if I just... Right, and then... Like that. I don't think that makes sense either. Maybe it looks better than the other foot though? When she was 19, big ID and a nose ring. Girls tend to know things you do. Okay, foot's at 1. This will be, oops. Or feet. Foot's at 2. Which is it like this? And now I need to hide this guy over here. Delete this guy for now. Delete the front group, delete the back group. Does this not need to be the other way? Ooh, neither do you. Like here. I'm gonna do that instead and then doop. And bring this back. What did I do? Figure out what she's hiding. Okay, or we could do it like this. This foil, we can just flip it. And bring it to the other side. Like that. And then this foot group will go below feet. Okay, if he were to sit flat, I definitely like the right one more. But if he were to sit, say, I'm gonna go back up this way. Say, foot these foots. I'll delete these foots. Okay, and then a few things like these arms coming down even more, maybe. But then this going and scooting up. Oops. Does that make sense? I don't know. Let's delete this body for now. I want to see it in action. See how we do that, chat? Actually, let's have this one come down. Whoa, stick time! Stick. Stick in the butt. Stick on the butt. Nope, get down. I feel like I'm like kung fu training my cat right now because I'm like tapping her with a stick. Selection only. Export. Let's try 1. 2. Close this guy. I think it makes sense. Let's do this and just go. I like spread eagle, unfortunately, I think. But if if spread eagle, right? I want this to stay, because this is not going anywhere if he sits like that. So how would I... Okay, I'll go back. Let's go. Oh my god, my rat. Get down. Okay. She made me put the window on the wrong window. Oh. Go back, please. I think. Yeah. Okay. So what we gotta do is we gotta copy this guy and this guy. Paste them. Nope. Paste them, group them. And let's put these two at the same height. This will become like this. What? I just want it to be bigger, but I don't know how to make that happen. How do I make that happen? The other thing I can think of is doing it this way, which is a bit silly in my opinion, but it'll work nonetheless. I delete this guy and this guy. We flip them. And this one, join curves. And then join curves. What the heck? And then Okay, no, that doesn't make sense. Went through all that work for something not to make sense. So I think I like it, right? It's like him. Yeah, yeah. I think it's goofy, but it works. So this is sit, but we need, this is the regular one. This is the sit. Sit, ref, arms, head, legs. So this is legs. We could naturally put the tail up higher, I think. This tail. And then feet. And then the secondary body, because that would be a reference. Rasterize. This is the sit body ref. Underscore ref. This is gonna go lock, turn off, and this is gonna go into references. There's v2. Go away. Okay, now for the rest of it. So this is gonna go under the arms. What's with that? Here we go. Let's go here. This is the underbelly. Hi. So, brother, how you be? I'm good. How you doing, Oceanic? How was your day? Having a good day? Hope you are. Alright, now it's time for his little face. I think I want to do it like this. Thank you for the save. I will save momentarily. Save. Hey, yo, wave check. I have no waves. I have slick black hair. Yeah, we got back from posting on yeah, I got back to posting on TikTok. I slept in now that school is done for a bit. Hell yeah. It's a good way to start your summer vacation, I'd like to say. How's it going? Good. I'm making BLT 3.0. I don't know if I'm gonna give him a little eye highlight, but I might. 3.0, yeah. Yup, already. You haven't had two for a week? Technically, I've had him for longer than a week. I've had his concept for longer than a week. So, that counts for something. Smile. That's just how it is here at the Milk Club. We ever evolving. No, we're ever evolving. For the ones you love. Alright, do I want to put a little dot? A little dot of life? Sketch. A little bit off, maybe like there. I don't know. I don't know, chat. You like that instead? Oh god, nope. I made him stupid. No. Oops. Oops. The fuck? Let me look at BLT 1.0 and let me steal his eyes. Where is it? TTS mascot, BLT. BLT 1. I want this one. Oh, wrong one. Oh, wrong one. This one. Oh, not that one either. Dude, I remember. I forgot that I just called him dude. Get him to show places. Shit, it's cute. Oh, fuck, it's cute. Ooh, motherfucker, it's so cute. I think the other way is better. I think when I was, like, doing it like this. Oh, fuck! It's cute. It's cute, it's cute. He looks so stupid. No. No, but yes, but no. No. I kinda like it. Oh, but he looks so dumb. Oh, but he looks so dumb. A little angry. Yeah, he a little angry face. I think it's okay. Yeah, it's okay. This took me to that roller coaster. I did not expect this. I don't really want to listen to that. That was a lot. Like this. And then up. Oh, no, up. I said up. Like that. God damn, bro. These eyes, man. I think I've avoided like making his eyes like this for a while, but I think there was no reason to. Delete. Okay. I'll have to steal some other stuff too, but is this when I did this? I did, yes. It's bigger. That's why. That will just make them normal. And this goes here. Shrink this a bit so it goes here. That one goes there. Maybe I will rotate this a bit. I think. Yeah, I think I like that. And then I'll put it like, I'll put this dot here, I think, but I will get to that. Oh, where'd it go? He looks so stupid. Delete. Are we too young for this? Oops. Drunkers. But how will his mouth look like when open? I haven't thought about that. I don't think that is equal. Oh. And confused as a lake. I don't think I planned him with a mouth open in mind. We'll see how this goes. It's not too bad. Either that or make it like thinner. Turn his sketch off. I want it to be shorter. I think I kind of like it when it's like right there. It looks like he's got a big baby tooth. One here and one here. Oh shit. There we go. Will die. Wrong one. Sleepyhead, I went sting for a while. Dead when you washed up on my eye. You talk in your sleep. The who's Penelope, she's my where I go, all you could want here, all you could need here. But what do we have in common? We're reliable with the ladies. Hell yeah. Time touch your man. That is also a good musical. Mine, all mine. You where we stand. I'm a married man. You may try. I that goddesses can't die. Memorable. Down now to your motors on lips so. Close curve. All you could want here, all you could need here. Let's walk in paradise. Nothing wrong here. We're in paradise. End of time. Mine, all mine. I do want to grab actually something from this. It's 12. Oh, fuck, I cannot see. Scream. Oh, what I've been through. I don't know what I'm sacrificed. I'm rather lost you. I dive all the lie. All I hear are screams. And I come back in paradise. What the fuck? What's the difference? They're normal. I close my eyes. This is 24. We'll be fine if we're leading from the heart. I know this looks weird, chat, but don't worry about it. No, I'm screwed the world is open. Oh, listen to this one. Oh, this is just gonna play all of Jake though. Fuck. It's fine. We'll go back. This is the mouth and face. We were just two lovers. Sitting in the car, listening to Blonde, falling for each other. Pink and orange skies, feeling super childish, no Donald Glover. Missed call from my mother. Where you at tonight? Got no alibi. I was all alone with the love of my life. She's got glitter for skin, my radiant beam in the night. I don't need no light to see you. It's your... Oh, I made them thing. I forgot it. Let's see, it's like this one, this color. Just desaturating the whole thing so that way we can get different colors in here. Look at this. Live on the dash, driving nowhere fast, running through the summer. Going fast, make the moment last. You got superpower. Minutes feel like hours. She knew she was baddest. Can you imagine falling like I did for the love of my life? She's got goodness gaze. Warriors, look in her eyes. It's just the freckles. Okay. I was all alone with the love of my life. She's got glitter for skin, radiant beam in the night. I don't need no light to see you. Beep boop boop. Got a little chest one. I could steal the other ones as well. Do I want to? I don't think I do. This part. This one. And then this one. And this one. Combines with this one. And then let's make these all compound shapes so they work better. And I think I'm gonna modify this one so it's just like the sketch because I think I like the shape of it better, but I don't really know. Wait, but this one's like, right? So on my skin, this is love. No, it is super cliche. You make me feel some kind of way. This is falling in love. Okay, and I think the only thing left is like his underbelly and shading. Oh wait, no, he has like little. How many does he have? He's got like a little bear on his ear or on his arm. But in the words, what you say to me? Feel like sun on my skin. So this is love. Oh, it is. That's a super cliche. Make me feel some type of way. This is falling in love. Yeah. This is falling in love. Oh, my neck. Okay. Okay, we got that. Okay. This part. It's a little underbelly, which is gonna have to be swamped. Close the curve. And then actually. Technically, this should be taken out. This one. Boop. There you go. Yeah. And then he's got a little tiny freckle, a singular freckle, on one of his feet. And this foot. Right? It's on a foot. He actually has more than I'm giving him. Yeah. Give me this. And then I'd like a tiny one right here. Yeah. And then now if I look at his alternate legs, this one's, he should have one on this foot, which goes right here. Probably. I mean, maybe the back part of his legs, maybe not. I like a different one though. I like one here. Oh, wait, this will fuck up. There. Fuck. How would I fix this? Like this. I like make this smaller. I don't see why not. Yeah. And then he has this one, which would go on this foot. Put one here. And then I'd like to give him pads, I think. Could do like the little beans. Is it necessary? Let's toggle his other feet off really quick. Let's do the sit body wrap really quick. Use of this. And the belly. Use of this. If I blurred it, would I like it more? I don't think so. You know what I could do? I had a little heart in it. Right. Don't you love me to my face? Oh shit. Oops. Should they exist? So like these would go like here. That's like awfully small though. And it's not gonna fit like in his bean. Because if they were all to fit in his bean, these would get clipped out. So maybe none of this. How cat paw work? Cat. Aren't cat paws the teddy bear ones though? And the dog ones are the... Yep. How am I gonna do that? Okie dokie. Sounds good. It's in my face. Oh shit. Back to the DJ. I don't want this one. Sure. Okay, but if I did, you should. Hi, Andrea. Hi. How are you? How are you doing? I don't work here, and if I did, would not tell you shit. Hi. How you doing? I don't work here, and if I did... My favorite faces. How's it going? I should... I'm good other than 6 different Ubers canceling. Oh, why? Was the weather bad or something? I'm pretty okay. Kind of stream until I flop right now, because I had a doctor's appointment tomorrow, and I'm like fasting for it in case the doctor's like, I want to do a blood test. So I'm like fasting. But I know that if I stop streaming, I'm just gonna veg out a little bit. But if I veg out, I'm gonna want a vegetable, and then I'll be hungry, you know? I don't want to be hungry right now. So I'm just streaming until I get tired. Okay, and if I did, I would not tell you shit. Don't work here. Yeah, I should. It's raining like crazy. Understandable. That looks like a penis. This looks less like a penis. Am I so late at this point? Oh no, are you late to like an appointment or something? Or like to a lunch thing? I mean, like, it's not your fault if Uber keeps canceling on you, you know? Late for classes? Oh shit, dog! Maybe email your teacher about it? Maybe they'll be like, oh, it's okay. Been waiting for an hour. Maybe email them. Maybe they'll be like, oh, it's okay, I understand. Okay, good. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry that happened to you. But, another thing to think about, though, in the positives, is that if this is happening to you, it's probably happening to someone else as well. So maybe, you know, no one can be mad at you. You know? I don't know what to do with this. I don't work here, and if I did... Think it's the whole city? Easy then. No prob, dog. There's probably like 1 person showing up to that class. They're probably pogging. If anything, the teacher's probably still in their car being like, fuck, I can't drive in this rain. You know? So maybe they canceled class. Oh, you know, yeah, I think we should go into the expectation that they canceled. Oh my god! Hi, Zoe!
Open the door!
Hi! How is the aisle? How's it going, Raiders? If you need a raid and run, feel free to do so. You must have had a tiresome time since it is a bit late. But how's it going? How's it going? I am just making another BLT design because I'm... Yeah, I do be doing the do. and stuff. But if you need to rate a run again, feel free to do so. Otherwise, I hope you have a fun time hanging out. I was just talking about how Andreas Press probably got canceled. Probably. Man, welcome on in, everybody. I hope you had a wonderful time, Zoe, with the aisle. Cool. Okay, and then it's right there. Lie. Thank you, I did. I'm glad. I think that's kind of cute, though, chat. Fuck. What do we think about the cat paw? Modified cat paw. I think I like it. I introduced Kazuya to being a Dinosuchus, which is a giant Whoa, that's cool. I like crocodiles. They're terrifying. I love them. Understand. Oh, is that extra? You know? What's he? Blair Witch? Cool. Oh yeah, Havoc is Eve of Ruin, episode 2. Cool. Cool. Look, there's Rhino. There's Rhino. And Lady M. I don't know these two people though, but they look cool. Oh, that's Thorn, isn't? Yeah, it's Thorn. Spent a lot of time trying to find each other. I ended up respawning a lot while he learned how to play as the dinosaur, just so we could play in the same area. That's understandable. I feel like survival games that have a very, like, randomized spawn, half of the time you're just trying to find your friends. So, that's valid, honestly. What's happening? I think this is about even. So you know what we should do sometime? We should play Kletka again. I've been urgent to play Kletka a bit. And I just kind of really want to play it. Or I saw you playing Pilgrim with Gordy. So that could be fun too. What's the point of me doing this? 7 respawns? Oh, okay. There's 3 spawns. He ended up in a swamp while I kept spawning in either Water Access or North Lake, which is a polar. Yikes! That's some luck, though. To be fair, that is some luck. Maybe buy a scratch ticket. Or Pilgrim. Yeah! Yeah, I kind of want to play Pilgrim sometime. Because I played it like twice with Boffy and Gordy, and then we never played it again. I kind of want to play it again. It's like one of those games would be fun. I need the image I was referencing. I need it to be symmetrical. There we go. Boop, boop. Does, I'm sure he does, but does Kazuya have Pilgrim? Pilgrim was buggy, but it was fun playing something new, so I wouldn't mind playing it some more. Hell yeah. Same. It's like, I feel like I didn't experience, like, I experienced a good bit of it, I'd say. But I feel like maybe I didn't play it to, like, a full extent, because, like, at the end of the day, I didn't really know how to fight the monsters. And I feel like there would have been a way, maybe? I think that's good. Flip horizontal. Kazuya doesn't have it. That's fine. That's okay. I've never played it with 4 people, so it's not like we need 4 people. Alright. Just gotta boop. And then we take this thing. Why is it not doing anything? Fries. Spycall gifted because she wanted to play it together and invited Gordy to join since he also had it. Valid. Valid, that makes sense. Well, if you guys ever need another 4th sometime, I got you. It's because they're not connected! Fuck! Shit. If I do this, would that fix it? Fixed it. Yes, it fixed it. You're a gem, Zoe. But yeah, if you ever have a collab that you're like, it'd be cool if Elaine was here, I'm totally down to negotiate times. Talk about times. As long as it's not like super late, I think is my thing. Damn, it's rating even harder on that. Hey, don't be sad. I understand. You know what I'm gonna say? I understand if you wanted to go to class today, Andrea. But listen, nobody's going to class today. You know? So, it's okay. You're not alone, my love. Oh, fuck. I think that's so sad. God, he's so stupid. He looks so stupid. No. My boy. Because the eyes are going like 2 different directions. I don't know how to fix it. But class has reignited my passion for film. That's valid. Do you have any other homework to work on? You know, maybe that could be the exchange. Is like, oh, well, I didn't go to class today, but I got some extra homework done. That wouldn't be too bad. No homework, damn. Could you do any ahead reading or I don't know. Hi, Kazia. Hi. Zoe was telling me about your Isle adventures. How was it? Did you have fun being the lucky bird spawning in the same place while Zoe spawned in other places? I'm here now. Welcome on in. I'm excited for tomorrow to play Candyland. I'm excited. Welcome on in. I think I made his belly button upside down last time. Did I make it upside down? No, it's always been that way. What? Candyland. Yeah, I got it says it's like a fully automated version. So we'll see how that goes. So I'm worried I may starve to death next time because the food was short. That's better than dying because I was gonna have something. I had something in my brain and then it left me. I'm gonna be honest. I had something in my brain and then it left me. But at least you're here now. But I've been learning simple VFX on my free time because it's fun. Hell yeah, do some of that. Do some of that, bestie. If you have fun with that, definitely do that. And yeah, I have not played that tabletop sim in years. Mood. I've played it sooner than years, but it definitely has been a while. And if we get bored with Candyland, we can always play other games. Like Uno or something. Last time was 2022 for me, apparently. That's valid. That's valid. I think BLT 3.0 is done prep-wise? Now I gotta decide what color he's gonna be. So let's get this. We're gonna take a red. And we're gonna copy, and we're gonna do a version where he's like finished though. So let's put this in here. Let's put this in here. Let's put these in here. Lock this guy so I don't fuck him up. Okay. And then we're gonna rasterize. Oh, go on there. And then this will be I think it's a color, right? How does this work? Did I do it inversely? I think I did it inversely. I think subtract kind of works. I want him to be red though. How do I make him red? Probably should eat something. Sounds good. Have good food. We'll be here if you need anything. Thank you for the lurk. Linear burn, I guess, works. I think I did this inversely. Let me look at it. Because there should be a way that I could just grayscale do this. But I don't remember what that is. Subtract is like working kind of good though. Might do it that way. And then... Dude, that sucked or didn't suck. Fuck him back. What happened? What did you spill? I know you said you spilled something, but what did you spill? I think he should be cream colored. Silica beads? Ooh, fuck. Ooh, fuck. I'm sorry. At least we have a vacuum. You know? Like imagine doing all that and we didn't have a vacuum, you know? Okay, we gotta try different color palettes. Cookie color palette. You too, Moira. My cat also yawned with me. The spill was annoying, but it wasn't that much. The problem was the vacuum wasn't working. Oh, you might have to empty it. Josh used it the other day. All by myself. Actually, back. Okay. We need to clean it. Understandable. That's valid. We could take it apart like this weekend if you want. This one. Yeah, it did get it to work, but the air filters were bad. Understandable. We have been using it a lot recently, so. Not surprised. Was it the lighter one? Oh shit, I forgot his crotch. No. Didn't mean to forget his crotch. Save. I'm gonna save this file, save as BLT color test. So that means this. That means you come out, and you also move over. And then we remove these guys. And this guy. Okay. What if it was this color? And this was the same color. Or the darker one? What if it was this color and this was this color? It's not really that great. I think that works. Oops. Maybe? Maybe? I mean, it's not cute. Okay. So we have version. Let's rasterize it. So we have this one. Why are we listening to country music? I'm not even a country music fan. All that much. That seems cool. This one. And then this one. I'm just not digging this brown, I think. This brown is like not the right brown, I think. So I'll remove this one. I'm gonna move my tablet because I don't need it right now. Thank you, Potato, for the save. Let me save and let me close this other one. Nope. Okay. Let's try this brown. There's this brown that I quite like, I think. Let's try that. Give it a wellness check. Let me drink some water. Let's try this brown. It's not a terrible brown. And then, oops. This one, this one, this one, this one. I want to do this. That feels too light, though. That's better. Oh. I see. I see the issue here. It's this guy. This one. It's the same color. That could work. And then this one. Why are they different? I do like that more. I don't know what the song is, but it's not really a bop. Thanks. Alright. So this is another option. And then another variant of him could easily be just him and his normal colors. Which would be this color. Oh no. And then a little bit more on there. This part? This part? It'll be this color. Here with you after just one touch. I forgot what color these were naturally though. Fuck. I think it was this color. I think it was actually this color. Yeah. It was! Yippee! And then this will be this, and this goes here. I just have to adjust it a bit though. Okay, so this is like his original color scheme. The truth is I'm not just a ball, but I love her now. Okay, and let's do like, what about a BLT palette? Like a sandwich colored palette. I like those colors. These colors are kind of nice. He's really only like 2 colors though, which is like a problem. Well, it's not really a problem, but he's only 2 colors. Okay, so what if his body was a bread color? Bread color. Oops. Bread color. Bread color. I keep forgetting to collect all his parts. Alright. Bread color. Alright. And then his spots. His spots. What color shall we make his spots? His spots. Well, green. Some of them were green. Some of them were red, maybe. I think this is why we just make this a group and we don't make them what I did, which is normal. Okay. Now we can make some of them like a red. He looks like a little pasta boy. He looks like a little pasta baby. 1, 2. Green. Green. This one red. What is this? It's not supposed to be here. I don't want to make that red. He looks like a little pasta boy though. It's kind of cute. Moldy spaghetti. He's not moldy. Why do you think he's not moldy? Well, I mean, I guess he kind of looks a little moldy. But that's not his purpose. He's not meant to be moldy. He's just a little guy, and he happens to be different colors. He cries. What do you mean, eh? What do you mean, eh? You look like a moldy piece? Does he look like a moldy piece of bread? A moldy piece of pasta? Y'all are my mold spores. Let's go. This side. And then, like, this would be tomato red. Looks like mold sandwich from a late 90s cartoon. You know what? What if he is? What if he is? Wait, what the L? Wait, no, the bacon? What color? Oh. I didn't really add a bacon color in this. I like this. I mean, he's kind of cute though. He's kind of cute as a moldy little sandwich. To be fair. He's kind of cute as a moldy little sandwich. It's actually kind of cute though. Elaine, I thought he was a sentient milk dud. Well, I guess he's a sentient sandwich now. If we stick with that color for him. I mean, that's kind of cute though. What else? What else? I do like Burger King colors. Hold on. Burger King has good colors, unfortunately, so I'm gonna steal some of them. Okay. So let's have brown be the main color again. Alright, oops. He could be red. I feel like red's a bit much though. And then what if all of his spots were orange? My face my love, but don't taste me. Oh fuck, okay. No. Fuck, I forgot to change that one. Make them orange. He looks like a mud puppy. He looks like he's made out of mud now. He just looks like a little thing of mud now. Oh my god, okay. I'm going to my funk playlist. Where the fuck? I'll just go in my funk playlist. Where is it? Where's my funk playlist? I think it's another playlist. Funk? Is this one by me? No, it's not. I should go in here then. Okay. I'm not really digging, I think, the orange spots. I think maybe like this cream color? Okay, new stance. He's white. Okay. And then maybe his spots are brown? That's not bad. He kind of looks like a little cow. Cow. Oops. Doot, doot, doot. It's not bad. His ears could also have... I don't know why I never put spots on his ears. He should have spots on his ears too. This one's kind of cute. He looks like a little cow. Looks like a little cow. The rest of them, fuck 'em all but us. Chat, you be looking like a big old baby. Alright, what else do I want to reference? I feel like this one is just an off-brand version of that one though. Already. So we'll keep these ones. This color palette, the BLT color palette, the sandwich color palette reminds me of Tori, a cat that has like a similar color palette. She's like an orange cat that wears green and her skin tone is like this color. Fuck 'em all but us. Let's get, can you make color palette from Word? Sure. Milk dudes. That's disappointing. That is not what I was expecting. Milk. Okay, let's do duds. Milk duds. Wearing nothing but your perfume. Generated. And it's not generated? Is it not smart enough? This is very similar to what we already have, I feel like. Sentient chocolate little creature. Maybe that'll give us something interesting. Go trip, yeah, and you know it. Not his hammer time. Maybe poison, not the only vice. We're wearing nothing but your perfume. Okay, this is interesting. I'm kind of vibing with the browns and the yellows. Okay, the browns and the yellows ain't terrible. Please, I like the color. The colors I generated or the color that he is. Very autumn. That's valid. Yeah, it is, huh? Both, honestly. Yeah, I kind of like this one. He kind of gives like a little cow baby vibes. Do I want that color? No. 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 Okay, what if his skin was this color then? He looks like a little weird mustard boy. He's a little mustard boy now. He's like Jake the dog. Like a little Jake the dog. You make him brown and a little pinkish, he would look like a piggy. Oh my god, he would. Oh my god, he looks like a little pig. Wait, let me make this brown again. Hold on, wait. He looks like a little pig. He looks like a little pig. Wait, let me change the inner mouth color. There we go. He looks like a little piggy. He looks like a little pig. pig, chat. You're a little pig now. Chat, can you oink? Chat, do you know how to oink? You put the bacon into BLT. That's actually valid. He could be a little piggy. Damn, he could be the B in BLT. That's actually not bad. That's actually kind of cute. Did I render? Oh, fuck. It's fine. I can just hot swap the colors. It's fine. It'll be fine. I think. So I just realized I'm making a new BLT, and if he's different colors, I'm gonna have to change my Twitch panels. Hold on, let me see how easy it's gonna be to change that. Oh, whatever makes you pray. What I want him now. Oh my god, it's gonna be easy. Oh, thank god I did things on different layers. Oh, mwah, I love myself. Okay. Okay, now he's a little pig. So we have... I really like all these. Another farm animal. He's a thing. He's not really anything. He's just a thing. So if he were to be pink, I would be like, he's a meat man. He's a meat boy. Wait, if I made it like this, though, just a quick question for myself. This is gotta go in here. Could I theoretically have him be any color I wanted him to be if I did this? Hold on. Like, could he theoretically just be any color? If I kept the brown spots, but then had it... Because I think for a chat mascot, it's important, especially if I ever want to have them be like stream avatars, that they can be whatever color they want. Okay, so what if we made you orange? Oops, sorry, I forgot your little... So it'd have to be a pink. So his blush would have to be a pink. I woke up, Highland. Hi, Joker. Hi, baby. How you doing? So, oh wait, shit. I forgot his little tuft. Okay, and then he could be orange. And it could be green. It could be purple. I don't know. Ooh, me good. I'm happy to be here. I'm happy that you're here too. I hope you're having a wonderful, wonderful morning or night. You could have woken up at night. But regardless, I hope it's good. All right. One other color palette consideration is taking from our own color palette. And to do that, I'm gonna grab the reference that Choco made me. Should be in references. It's not, because I'm stupid. There it is. Make one a piggy, a green one, and a red one, and it could be BLT. Dude, that's actually kind of smart, though, because, like, if I... Oh, shit. He could be different colors. Bacon, lettuce, tomato. That actually be kind of funny. He can have a brown... He can have a white way, so he could be associated with milk. Oh, pink. Okay, hold on. Wait, hold on. Okay, now we have to do 2 more colorways. Okay, hold on. Okay, wait, hold on. That one has to go. Wait. This one I want to reference for the colors of green and stuff. The white one is extra. No! 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 It's no! Oh gosh! I like that we're making such a cute guide to this song. Alright, so if you... Then green... And he's like a little goblin. He looks like a little goblin. I changed the freckles. What's wrong with mayo? It's just, that's a lot of mayo. It's like the one time where I'm like, why not he be milk? I only discovered, what do you mean you only discovered mayo this year? How is that possible? What are you talking about, dude? Alright, now I gotta change it back really quick so that way we can have the different variants. I'm screaming till there's nothing left. I don't want this anymore. Okay, and then he has green and then the red version. Oop, shit. Fuck. The red one's a little hard, no. I tried it when I was young and fucking hated it. I retired. I retried it this year and it's so good. It's just egg, something, and something else, I think. I forgot what the other things are. It's like egg, olive oil, and something else, I think. I don't remember. Oh, it's just that. It's oil and egg. This is kind of cute. Let me think about it while I did. Don't wanna feel a thing anymore. Things that I want. There, now he has like... That's actually kind of cool that he can be all these colors. Like if he was this. Oh no, I saw something I can't unsee. No. No, chat, I fucked up. Oh, I can't unsee it, but it has to stay because it's cute. Oh, but it's bad. Oh. I fucked up. Oh no. I can't unsee it. Especially with the pink one. His arms look like saggy titties. No. 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 And now I can't unsee it from all the colors because of the stupid pink one. Ah. Fuck. Oh, fuck. No. I can't just change it. I can't just change it now. Because it's cute. I like his arms. God damn it. God damn it. I don't know what to do about this. I'm just gonna try to forget. I'm just gonna try to forget that he has saggy titties. They're so far apart. Okay. One more color away. One more color away. Okay. I'm so upset now. That took the wind out of my that took the pep out of my step, boys and girls. I'm gonna go blue. I don't want him to be blue, I want him to be brown. I'm gonna be brown, boy. There's a cat below me. So upset. I'm so upset. I'm so upset that I had that. I see this. I feel like someone's gonna draw him with the little nipples. Someone's gonna add like little nipples to it. I'll be so sad. I just have to make sure not to give his arm too many physics or else I'll make it worse. Maybe like little paint splotches, maybe? Yeah. Oh. Hey, I like that guy though. I like the little dick doll. The little pee-pee doll. I like the little pee-pee doll. The little pee-pee doll is funny. I like the little pee-pee doll. He is kind of like a little pee-pee doll, huh? Especially when he's pink, he kind of looks like a pee-pee doll. It's with a bigger mouth. With a bigger mouth. Okay, so does this color for his face, does the blush color look okay with the green? Red, green. It doesn't look bad. What about with the pink? Pink, which is my blush color. It's a little dark. Give me a light, baby. Forget about it. Okay, let's start with these colors. That color's nicer. What if we tried that? So this color becomes this color. And so that doesn't look too bad for the pink. And then the red. Oops. It's not bad. And then the green. Not terrible. And then the white. I think white will be his default state. But I don't like how rough this is, I think. Forget about it. Gotta be like in the blush. Else you can't really see it. Forget about it. It feels a bit too cold as well of a color. Can't take that one. Go away. Could we make it a warmer red? Nope, he's keeping the titties. We're keeping the titties. Unfortunately, we're keeping the titties. It's just the way it's gotta be, Boffy. What's a good pink for all? Let's look up a color palette thing. Coolars. Okay, let's do it this way. Gustas tú. I'm gonna find a pink that complements this. Amaranth purple. Is this the amaranth? That's kind of cute. Make sure. I feel like it's not. Just as I thought. Okay, cool. That's not too bad. Now, would this look good on the other colors? It's kind of hard to see on the red. The pink is fine, and the green and the red, they're like okay. Oh, that last color was good. Undo. What about this color? This is what the makeup industry has a hard time with, finding a color that really complements all skin tones. Is that different? I don't think that changed. It did change. Why did this change so much? Did this change? Okay. The white, oops. The white. It's not terrible on the white. The green. Not terrible on the green. And the red. It's just hard to see on the red. Unless, child, these two are able to be given a different color. Like an ad. That's not bad. I don't know how that'll work on the white though, but we'll find out. You can't see it. Honestly, what if you just stayed these colors, you know? So I feel like these colors work better. The red just doesn't really work. The Titty Dilemma, a saga of teenage angst. No, what the fuck? I kind of want them to have different colors now, though. I think. Okay, but like, what if there wasn't a green? Took me a way to realize this was a different language. I thought I was having a stroke. That's crazy. Alright, I'm tied between these three, I think. I think I like it white. But I'm also not against like his classic colors. But Boffy made a really good point, because if he's BLT and he could be a muddy pig. Hi, Vexed. Alright, new question. What if it was inverted? What if he was an inverted little baby boy? What if this color was this color? Wait. I kind of like it. Piggy makes sense since you're a barn and you're a cow and you need more animals. But he looked like a chocolate chip cookie. He looked like a chocolate chip cookie. I'm torn. Make a chicken? I don't want to make a chicken though. Cause you're gonna it'll make chim jockey. Maybe his favorite animal is a chicken. Okay, I'm so fucking torn now between the three. Cause it makes sense, but also chicken jockey. But also LT riding a chicken, he could. Okay. Pizza for you and me. I could give him like a little stuffed animal. But for now, because I'm lazy, I'm just gonna Photoshop him on one. I'm lazy. Don't come at me. Oh my god. Damn, this is a big update. Is it for the Helldivers? There you go. There you go, Boffy. Wait, let me switch his feet. No supers. Damn, fuck. It's okay, you can save him next time. Let me switch his legs. He has sitting legs, it's just they're not colored. Chicken jockey. Here you go. His feet aren't colored, but chicken jockey. There you go. Oh, fuck, I don't know what to make him, guys. What do you guys think? Okay, I'm not gonna do a poll because I'm lazy, but you guys are gonna write in chat which one you like the best. Oh fuck, where'd my pen go? 1. Oh shit. 2. 3. Oh my god. Oh my god. 3. Oh my god. 3 or 4. He looks like a chocolate. Cause like, okay, with this one, all right, I'll make points for each of them. This is the original. This is him. This is him. Okay. Number 2 though is like he's kind of like a cow, and this one he's kind of like a pig, and this one he's like a chocolate chip cookie. 4, but also cow. Yeah, he also kind of looks like a cow. He looks like a brown cow, like a Highland cow a little bit. 4? Okay. Alright. 4 it is. I'll never delete these, though, in case maybe someday we do want to make him different colors. Look at all these color combinations we had, chat. That I went through. Do you like the little dress up? Make one of him is emo fringe. Hold on, I could sketch that. I just want to lay these out because I think it's cute. He's really cute. When he's red though, he reminds me of. It's worth 3, but I'm biased. That's because you like the pig, huh? No, that's valid. The pig makes sense, right? That was 3. 1, 2, 3. He looks sunburnt. What do you mean he looks sunburnt? Is it because of the cheeks? Is it because of the blush that he looks sunburnt? When he's red, he reminds me of what was the artist's name? Where is it? I have multiple art pieces from them. How can I not know where it is? Did I not get one of other people? No, that was someone else. Where is my art pieces that I'm thinking about? Is it Momo Twan? Momo Twan? I'm afraid that it's gonna pick up something that I don't want it to. Actually. Who the fuck did it? Who the fuck did the art? Yeah, it's Momo Twan. What the fuck? Oh, is it just that he's not on here anymore? Momo Twan? What the fuck? What the fuck? Why can't I find this artist anymore? Momotwan. There we go. Oh, it's because I spelt it wrong. Momotowan. He has this little dog, I think. Where is it? Where is it? Where's the little doggy? It's like a little red dog. Or is it not this person? No, it is. Look, there it is. A little red dog. That's what BLT being red. This red. That's what it reminds me of. Is this little dog that he has? This little dog. Oh shit! He made it into other people. But yeah, this is one of my favorite things. Just a cute little guy. I got Pride off this year. Are you saying you're going to Pride this year, or you got Pride off? What? I am confused by the verbiage, but I am excited nonetheless, Vexed. I'm going because no work. Yeah, yippee! Oh, okay. Nope, makes sense. That makes more sense with the context. Do you have an outfit? Do you know what outfit you're gonna wear? Oh shit, that's so cool. Alright, look at all these colorways. That's acidic. A little bit, I kind of want to draw him like a chicken plush. Like a chicken plush that he can hold. Or one that goes on his head or something. Chicken joggy. Minecraft chicken plush. Motherfucking Armageddon. This one's kind of cute. The only thing I'm definitely wearing is my shoulder bag with all my pins on it. Hell yeah. Yeah, and then his arms like swing in a bit when he holds it. Yeah. I like this one. I like this one a lot. Coffee image. It's so bright. Fucking Christ, dude. Dystopian era. Do they have... Is there more images of this one? I just kind of want more images of this one. I am human. Oh, they don't have more of it. I just wanted more, like... I just really like this one. Okay. Oh wait, that one's kind of funny too. That one's so cute. But I like the proportions of this one a lot. Alrighty. Let me give him his feet colorings. Actually, gotta go back to the last file. Go. Okay, and then this was just a color test file, so I might change the pink because I don't super like the pink on his cheeks, but we'll get to that. We'll get to that, chat. Excuse me. This one. And then I want to add more, like, spots to him. I want him to have more spots. It's fine if they're a bit repetitious, because I want him to be spouted. A spouted little boy. I love you, chat. I love you, chat. Because this is you. This is you, chat. He is you. I realized, I was like, why do I always have such a hard time saying chat and BLT? Like, they're like, because they're not, technically, they're not two separate entities. It's because we gave him a name. We named him, and that's why. So, I guess that's why it's weird for my brain, because, like, he just is you, and you are him. City bombers. GM. Oh. I like this inner color. Jackson dies. Japan. It's a love and eternal let go. Don't need your environment. And then I think these will be brown. The dark brown. Obama Spielberg. Do I want them to be pink? Get some peach twice. There's no ice. I think I like that pink. Since the world's been turning. Yeah. I like that pink a lot. Then maybe we make this like a stronger red. If I just make it a bit more apparent. Yeah, and then we turn the other ones down. Thank you for the cheek pap, Joker. And the head pads. It's all our prince and the queen dies. What else do I have to say? Oh, thank you for the save check. Save. And we can close this file.
Ew,
I need to play. Oh, ew, ew, ew. Thank you for the wellness check as well. Wow, you take care of me. Thank you, Joker. Thank you. I don't know what color I want this to be. A person don't like me. I get away. I cycle. Let me go back once. This one. If I stole this and I kept it and we kept this. I sort of like how we're doing it now more with the pink. Yeah. Yeah. Oh. This one should be here. The blush should go on top now. Yeah. Yeah. Here you go. And then this should be higher then? Yeah, I think so. no! I have been yeeted. Yeeted to the offlands. It's so dark here. Chad, why would you send me here? It's so scary over here, guys. Why would you send me out here to the darkness? Oh, baby mode, okay. Best friend. Ignorance is your new best friend. Oh, shit. Hi. Alright, there we go. Trying to decide if I want these to be multiplied negative for mine, but I think that they're okay. Just lessen them a bit. I said lessen them a bit. Then I'm gonna take this. Bunch of things in my room. There you go. I kind of want one more on the other ear. Good God. Good God, man. Bless you, thank you. Gesundheit, I don't speak German. It's okay. Neither do I. Trying to figure out how I want to do shading. How did I do it on BLT2? I didn't shade BLT2 actually. What about BLT1? BLT1 had shading, which I think I want to bring back. I really need saving. I could be a superhero. Boop, boop, boop. Sweet girl, she's a dizziest to certain kinds of pain. And that's in a world of evil. I'm gonna make this straight. I want to rearrange my room, but the more I look at it, the more I realize I can clean out my closet. I need to clean out my closet first. That's understandable. There's always steps before you can take your first step towards the things that you really want to do. That be how it be sometimes. Thank you for the cheek pat, by the way. Sorry. Such a shit. So mood though. Mood. My closet's like that sometimes too. So you're not alone. You're not alone. There we go. And then for the belly. The underbelly doesn't need it. The right foot needs it. And then the body needs it. Oh shit. Stay vigilant. Hell yeah. Flip this and put this over here. I could flip it. Oops. One called. I feel like this should be lower. Brought in a bit more. Wrong call. I love this song. Oh my god, Spotify never plays this song when it's on the DJ. Oh, I love this song. Great. I just realized I did this wrong, but that's okay. The memory hurts, but does me no harm. The wind in my pocket, the bus cells warm. Open recent. I need the little belly highlight. But on the road, from a distance, see how it shines. See how it shines. See how it shines. See how it shines. You're doing right through him, but I love you. Lights in the dark view. Okay, maybe not, because it's like affecting stuff I don't want it to affect. I love you. How's Saggy Maggie doing? Saggy Maggie's doing great. Great. Slow in your arms, in the same of innocence. Just trying to figure out what color his belly button should be. See how it shines. How it shines. See how it shines. Think I like that better? Yeah. These have outlines already. Is he ready to be rigged? No, because I need to make his stuffed animal. Go too fast for comfort. You've been running now you're Midwest town. You always put your packs and jeans up. You think about how you left Jesus. God can save you from the Midwest town. God damn. Back in Indiana, I was thinking of you with the top down, high as a kite. I was thinking of you. The way you say my name, cross your lips, give me one good kiss. What if I made it a multiply and I just what 38? Where's the arm? 38. We've been back and forth, you always go too fast for comfort. You've been running from your midtown. You always pull your packs and jeans up, talk about how you left Jesus. Not even God can save you from your Midwest town. Damn. In Indiana, I was thinking of you with the top down, highs. I gotta do the foot though. Fuck. Oh, the way you say my name across your lips, one good kiss. Love the way you say my name. Your lips give me one good kiss. Damn. High Indiana, I was thinking of you. Top down, high as a kite, I was thinking of you. My God! Does it know it's nighttime? Is that why it's playing all of like some of my favorite songs to listen to when I'm going to sleep? This is literally the playlist I would listen to sometimes when I go to sleep. Someone tell me a story. What you did. The pictures. I was on the lake. It's on the royals. All the things that you made. I said, tell the ones you love them. Turn your minutes into moments. Scared to give away your heart. I know there were monsters under my bed every night. Oh, wish you were right there. of the nightmares. Still afraid of the dark. There we go. Tell the ones you love them. Turn your minutes into moments. Be scared to give away your heart. I'm scared of my shadow. Monsters under my bed every night. Save clothes. Feet. Now chicken jockey time. Boop, 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 boop. This is gonna be stupid to make. It might be. Afraid of the dark. Monsters. You were right there. Here we go. This way. I'm still afraid of the dark. What's it like in New York City? I'm 1,000. Girl, tonight you look so pretty. Yes, you do. I think that looks okay. Delilah, won't you worry about the distance? If only you give this song another listen. Close your eyes. When my voice sits my skies. Sigh. Oh, it's what you do to me. 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 Hey there, Delilah, I'm sometimes getting hot. Leave me, girl, one day I'll ring the bells with this guitar and have it good. All the life we know we should. But there, Delilah, want not so much more to say. Single song I wrote to you would take your breath away. I'd write it all. In love with me, you'd fall. Oh, it's what you do to me. 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 1,000 miles seems pretty far, and they got planes and trains and cars. We would if I had no other way. So don't make fun of us, but I lost life along because none of them have felt this way. Only fathers you, the time that we get through, the world will never ever be the same. No to blame. You there, Delilah? Why couldn't you listen? Here's a new we done with school, and I'll be making history like I should do. Blocky chicken. There you go. Whatever we want to. Delilah's to you. Oh, it's what you do to me. 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 Oh, oh, oh. Oh my God! Hello, Raiders! How's it going? Hey, what's up, Dead Sun Prime? How's it going, buddy? How was Creature Keeper? How was that game? How's it going? Well, come on in. If you need a raid and run, feel free to do so. It is getting late, but feel free to hang if you'd like. How's it going? Did you have fun? It's okay. I love the game. Understandable. I'm glad you enjoyed. I need to raid and run. No problem. Thank you so much for sending your little pleeples here to us. We'll keep them entertained as I listen to music and make a little Minecraft chicken. But we adore you and thank you again so much for the raid. Have a great night. Go. Up, up. Here we go. Go. Gonna leave the computer on your page. Sounds great. Thank you. It means a lot. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you. Why is this not doing the thing I wanted to do? Oh, because they are not curves. Back with the name on it. How's then we out of here? Then we out of here. Feeling scared. Up, up, out of here. We go. With there's a world out there that we should see. Welcome on in also, by the way, to anybody who is new. Hello, hello, hello. I'm just making my chat mascot right now. I'm trying to make him cute. Well, this isn't the chat. What's behind it is a chat mascot. That's him. That's you. And I am trying to make him a stuffed animal because I want to. I'm here, and why not? Priceless. If you would know, Mario. Yo, let's go. Go, come with me. There's a world out there that we should see. Yeah, cute. I like it.
For why do you replace me again and again, maincoow Sag?
I don't replace you. Oh, you son of a bitch. I knew you were gonna say this. So you're telling me, look at me, chat. Look at me, chat. Look at me. Hold on, look at me. I don't have the toggle on this model because I don't use this model all that often. Look at me. You tell me every time I get a new model or I get new clothes, I'm replacing myself. It's not how it works. Get my mouth. It's not how it works. It's not how it works here. You are adorable and I love you, and it's not me replacing you. It's me trying to prove that I have better art skills than maybe I do. That's the truth behind that, you know? Also, I'm afraid that you might be too small. That worries me a little bit. Let me bring in the original file. Dude, okay. How big is dude? I'm so afraid dude is gonna be so much bigger. Alright, then I'll copy him. Yes. Fuck. Alright. Moment of truth. Will he scale okay? He scaled okay. Oh, I'm happy. He scaled perfectly fine. Yippee! Alright, now just so that way this isn't too flat, I'm just gonna modify the lighting on it just a bit. And then this one will be a little less light. And then this yellow will be a little less yellow. Lava chicken. Ooh, this lava chicken is tasty as hell. Chimkin. Alright, and now you need a hat. Which will be a green color, and then we will make it 50%. Now, any of your hats I would like to be this big. As they are centered on your face. Oh no, it needs to be a square. Yep. Yeah, sure. Alrighty. I think you're kind of prepared for live TD now. I just gotta modify this file so it's ready. Save as BLT v3 live 2D. Alright, this will be your hat layer. Then we'll rasterize this guy. This is your Chimkin. And then we can remove every other thing in here. I think I'm gonna keep this paper background to bring it into live TD. Turn these off. This is the belly button. And these are your freckles, which I think rasterizing is the right move. Rasterize. So these will be your freckles. Your belly button. This is your mouth. This is rasterize. This is the upper lip line. This is upper lip. Oops. After I think I organize this file, I might call it for stream because it's already almost 11. I don't want to be up too late. Tooth line. This is tooth. And this is... You want a tongue? Should I give you a tongue? Oh, not that tongue color. The same tongue color. Yeah. Alright, so this is the tongue. This is the inner mouth. This is the lower lip line. Curve. This is the lower. This is the chin. This is the inner mouth. This is the upper lip. That's good. Those are fine. Belly button. These are the eyes. This will be IL. This is IR. This is I right. This is eyebrow right. This is yeah, this is the only highlight. So highlight one right. Highlight two right. And I can just copy these. Then replace right with left. Push it out. Left. Left. There are people running underneath me. This is the Ahoge. This is arm L. No, this is arm R. Arm R. This is the arm R shadow. This is arm right. This is arm line. This is just arm R. I should be changing this actually. Hold on, I'm gonna change this. Go here. Highlight L. Yeah, I like that more. 2. Eyebrow L. IL. And then this being I underscore left. There we go. I like that more. Oops. This. Oops. My goodness. If I don't have it selected, it doesn't want to copy correctly. And I'll just copy whatever the text into a new layer, and I don't like that. It's okay. Oops. R. Yeah, then eyes. Yeah, and then arm left. And then L line. We can rasterize. Rasterize everything actually. In case it has an outline. Started in here. Rasterize. It started in here. Oops. Wish there was a hotkey to rasterize. Maybe there is. Edit, settings, shortcuts, layer, geometry, new adjustment layer, transform, work group. I can't. Fuck. That's okay. Are these all rasterized? Nope. Okay. Okay, that's good. Okay. Rasterize. Rasterize. Okay. This should be nose, freckle. Freckle L. Freckle R. If I keep making live 2D things, my left and rights are gonna get mixed up. I'm gonna be honest. Okay, arm L dots. Or spots. I'd rather say spots. Spots. Arm L. Arm L shadow. Toxic down, slipping under. Sitting feet. Sit foot right. And sit foot left. Did you know that you're toxic? Okay, and this is sit foot R line. It's gonna be this. Rasterize. Oh shit, I didn't mean to rasterize that. Oh me. This would go and this would be shadow. Rasterize this one. Or shadow. And this would be same with this one. And rasterize. Your lips. Oh wait, did the pad go in there? Yeah, it did. Okay, so this is sit foot L. And the rasterize. Line. Shadow. Not your toxic. Sit foot left, sit foot right. And this is the head, which would have the face in it. This is head. Line. These guys, which would be the main. This would be like BLT or body shadow right. That's what you body shadow L. This can go up here. And then I'll turn these off for now so I know which ones to delete. Rasterize head spots. This is just a head. Rasterize. Let's be head. Let me a head group. No, I want it to be head. Head base. So come on, come on, come on. Don't take it with a piece. Belly line. This would just be belly. And then this would be belly spots. I want to do the body next. Oops. And this would be the body. Base. Rasterize. So this would be the body spots. Have I been rasterizing? Oh, fuck. Take it for the piece. Take it for the net. Take it for the series. Rasterize. Yep, we good. I'm just forgetting for some of them. Body. This is the body base. We rasterize that. I think I'd like a separate tail shadow, so I'll call this tail shadow. This is tail line. And then tail base. And this one. I do want to optimize this though, so let's get this to go. All I do is get to know when you get to know when you get to know when you know what to do. Honky tonk. There we go. Oops. Yeah. Tail shadow is good now. Ear. Let's see. The things left are the ear. The sit body ref is good. The tail. Head, underbelly. Sit body ref. Body. Tail. I'll do the feet. I'll delete these guys. Oops. Okay. This would be foot left. This will be foot L. Rasterize to foot L spots. Foot L line. Foot R. Oops. Rasterize. Rasterize. Foot R spot. Foot R line. Okie dokie. Say body, rough body, tail. Yep, and everything was in those rasterized. This needs to go in the body. Come with me. To be rasterized. And then rasterize this guy. Rasterize that guy. And then the ears. Ear left. Ear right. Moira. Rasterize. There's a bill at the bottom of the valley. And always else go into heaven. Rasterize. Ear L. Ear L spots. Ear L line. Ear L shadow. Rasterize. As well with my soul. Cool. I think he's all done, chat. Chat, your new body is done! Fuck yeah. Hopefully we won't come up with any complications. I don't think we will. I think he'll be good. I think he'll be right as rain, but the only way to find out is if we do it, so thank you guys for hanging out with me today. Diggy, diggy, diggy. Diggy, diggy, diggy. What are you still streaming?
Is mayonnaise an instrument? No, Patrick, mayonnaise is not an instrument.
Let's go raid Gordy, because he's doing stuff. Did the vocal stem go off? I didn't hear the vocal stem go off. Yippee! Yippee! Perfect! Well, thank you guys so much for hanging out with me today. I hope you guys have a wonderful night, evening, or whatever time it is for you. I hope you enjoy it. But go have fun with Gordy, as Gordy's playing Blair Witch. I've never played that game before. It's a trigger warning depiction of PTSD and epilepsy warning. So discretion is advised, but other regardless, have fun. And I'll see you guys back here tomorrow. Tomorrow, I'll tell you about my doctor's appointment. We're going to edit some videos, probably. And then we're going to hang out with our friends to play some Candyland. So I'm super excited. So I hope you have fun over there. I love you guys so much. Mwah. Mwah. Remember, be good, be great, and please be fucking brave out there, alright? I love you guys. Have fun. Also, if you want a raid message, you can use it. You don't have to, but it lets you know, it lets them know where you came from. So, I like it. You should like it. Have a great time. Good night. Good night.